All right, really quick, just for those online, hopefully you are working on your work at this point and getting that done. That's what they're doing in class here, getting their field notes done because those are due tomorrow. So make sure that those are finished and ready for tomorrow. Again, it needs to be sent over to me by Monday. So please make sure that you have that done, send that over to me. And then tomorrow is your verse quiz. And just a quick reminder that I need to have that by the end of the day Monday for you to get credit for it, okay? And you got make sure that you remember some of the things that are happening as far as online. Some of you are sending, like last week I had some of you send in 2 of your assignments, not the third one. And so the third one gets a 0 on that. So you've got to make sure every assignment you need to send that in so that you get credit for those assignments. And again, those have to be here by Monday unless you contact me. And again, you can email me either through My Schoolworks, through Gmail. And I know you guys have those because I'm getting your assignments through those. So if there is an issue with that, you need to email me, let me know. We can talk about it, see what we can do there to resolve it. But for the most part, those need to be in. Just like, I know it's different because you're at home, but just like regular school, these guys here have to take everything on Friday. They don't really have a choice on that. And so that's, we give you a little bit longer because I understand that some of you right now may be watching this and your parents aren't at home, so you can't just take the quiz, or tomorrow you can't just take the quiz at that time because they're not there to watch you. So I do understand that, but that's why I give you a little bit of extra time. But just as every student in here has to have tomorrow morning, they have to be ready. Same with you. It's got to be done by Monday, the end of the day, sent in to me. So please make sure that that is taken care of. And if there are any issues, let me know and we'll do our best to resolve those there. All right. Those of you in class online, just a quick reminder, tomorrow, all of those field notes need to be done, okay? I will grade those tomorrow. Let's get a good grade on that. Remember, we only have this week and next week for your grades to go in. So we want to make sure to do our very best so that we can, get good grades on that. So that will be due tomorrow. Tomorrow also, your Bible verse quiz. And that is Psalm 1, verses 1, 3, or 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. 1 through 3. 1, 2, and 3 will be tomorrow. Remember, on the flip side of your field notes, you need to write that verse. So make sure, if you haven't written it, make sure to write that verse in so that you will get full credit on those field notes. And then, here's what we're going to do for our extra credit, okay? I'm going to do one more time where we're going to go through our books of the Old Testament, just one more time, where we're going to take the 10 and go through them. So tomorrow, your first 10 books of the Old Testament. Okay, your first 10 books of the Old Testament are extra credit. Let me encourage you guys, take advantage of that, okay? Maybe you say, I don't know those as well. It's important that we learn those. And so first 10 books of the Old Testament will be your extra credit tomorrow, and take advantage of that. Do the best you can. Again, that gives you a chance to get 110. And what does that 110 mean for you? It means if I miss questions on my quiz, that takes the place of that. For instance, I'm going to guess, I'm not sure because I haven't counted up how many, I'm going to guess tomorrow's quiz, every word on your verses is worth 2 points apiece. Okay, that's going to be my guess. I'll have to look and count them all up to make sure, but that would be my guess on that. If possible, it'll go down to 1.5. It just depends on how many words are in there. But what does that do if you get those 10 extra credit points? I could miss 5 and still end up with 100. Or, I mean, that's 10 points. So it helps you if you're like at an 80, helps you get to a 90, whatever it is. Or it just, here's what it could help. Some of you, and all of us, this happens, where we have a quiz or an assignment where we don't do as well on as we want to. And so getting those 10 extra credit points, maybe last quiz you took, you got like an 80. This one you get 110, that helps move that one up. So take advantage of that. I try to help you guys bring your grade up a little bit. And I think that for the most part in this class, we're doing very well on grades. But just a reminder to make sure that you are prepared for that. Take out your books, turn to page 129. 129. And we are going to finish up today looking at Job. And today we're going to have, hopefully, just a little bit of a discussion here at the end just about this book, because I think very practical, very, very practical book. And maybe when we first read through it, maybe it does not seem as practical, but when you really get to it, it's a very, very practical book, because what Job goes through, we don't go through to that extent. We all go through issues. Let me do this really quick. If you are online, please do sign in. That way I can mark you I was going to say mark you absent. I guess that's not why you want to sign in. That way I can mark you present for today. So make sure that you sign in if you are online so I have record of that and you can get credit for being a part of class. So make sure to sign in at this time. Job. Somebody raise your hand. Tell me so far, what have we looked at Job? What would you say about Job's life, especially those first 2 chapters? What is going on in Job's life? Somebody raise your hand and tell me. Yes. Everything gets taken away from him. Okay? Job is going to have his wife and 4 friends there to comfort him. Can anybody explain? First off, let's talk about his wife. How would you explain Job's wife trying to comfort him? Like, what would you say her spirit was? Did you think it was a help? Like, just describe for me what went on there, Joey. She was mad. Yeah, why was she mad, Joey? That's a very good point. Yeah, she was mad, which, I've gone through things in my life that I didn't understand, and my first response was anger. That's her. And so, Joey, what was her response? What was her advice, or what did she tell Job to do? You want to help, Cody? Why don't you help him with it? Curse God and die. Again, basically, I mean, this is what she's saying from Job. You're suffering. Job, there's no point to this anymore. Why don't you just curse God? Just have it out with God, because this is all his fault in the first place. And you're going to die anyways. There's no point to prolong the suffering. And by the way, this is an important thing for us to realize. We've all seen people suffer. I believe most of us have probably seen family members that are close to death and seen them suffer and different things. And that's a terrible, terrible thing to see. But in 2021, there's a lot of ways that they relieve the pain for somebody that is suffering near death. You guys know that, right? If somebody is very, very close to death, they will have them go on, and they don't have to be, sometimes you hear this, you think they're going to die right away. That's not what it means, but they'll go on hospice. Have you guys ever heard that before? That term of hospice. And what does that mean? They will many times go home, and nurses will come to their home every day, depending on what their condition is, maybe a few times a day. And one of their main jobs, and this is what hospice will say, we want to make them comfortable. So many times they're giving them some type of pain medication, something to relieve that pain. Do you understand when we're talking about the time of Job, that's not going on? So when he's going through that pain, I'm sure they had some ways of relieving pain, but not to the extent that we do today. So he is in excruciating pain. And this is why it's not, sometimes when you first read that, you're like, man, his wife must have really hated him. Like, who goes up to somebody and says, I just want you to die? You know, I mean, that's not exactly how to make friends or how to comfort somebody. But again, you got to think of what's going on. If you see somebody in that much suffering, and there's nothing you can do to help them in that suffering, that's the kind of thoughts that she has going through her mind. So that's his wife, person he should be closest in the world to. He's got 4 friends. We're not going to go through their names because they're a little bit different, right? But could somebody just raise your hand? Give me like a sort of an idea. His 4 friends, their advice, their words to him were very, very similar. What would you say, describe what the 4 friends were saying to Job about the situation. Jonathan? Yeah, I mean, that's basically what they were saying. Hey, you've done wrong. You've got to admit it. What was Job's response to that? What was Job's response? We sort of talked about that. Aaron, what was his response? Yeah, he's like, well, guys, of course, I mean, now when Job says he didn't do anything, does that mean that Job is saying he's without sin? No, nobody is without sin. But he is saying that as far as I know, I have kept my life clear with God to the best of my ability. Job's friends aren't buying it. And we finally got to God's response, and you guys saw that there. We put down, did we put all these down? I think so. Trust me, don't question me. And again, what did God go through? And this is what, when I think of the book of Job, here's my main takeaway. Job asks, why? And God answers who? Because Job's question is, why did you allow this to happen? God's answer is, Job, it's me. It's me. You know who I am. Let me remind you of what I have done. Job, he never gets the why question answered. And that's something that when you read the Bible, we've got to understand. Job did not know what went on in the very beginning of Job chapter number 1, where Satan is in that meeting and God brings up Job and all. Job never knew that happened. He never knew what went on in Job chapter number 2, where Satan again is talking to God and says, okay, he didn't turn from you because you took away the physical things, but hey, now go after him. He had no idea. And we never see in the Bible that he ever knew. We never see that. I'm going to guess that by the end of Job's life, and we're going to talk about this, sometimes, well, let's just mention this. Did God give Job back his things? He did. He did. Do you think that made everything better for Job? Why not? What do you think was always going to be there for him? Yeah, Emma. Here, the possessions coming back, I think, were fine. But all of his kids were still gone. Now, he got, the Bible says that there were other children that he had. That doesn't take the place. And let me just say this is something that I don't think anyone can fully understand until you have children yourself. The amount of love and care you have. Again, I thought I understood this, but the first time I ever understood it was sitting in a hospital room in Moreno Valley and holding Braden for the first time. And you realize how much you love this child. And for him to lose his children, the rest of his life he dealt with that. Now the other children were there, and I'm sure that helped, and he loved his other children. But you can never replace a child like that. That's not how it works. So Job's whole life, he has scars from this. But he never knows why. We've got to understand. Here's what we want. With my kids, right? Don't you do the same thing? Your parents tell you to do something. What is often one of the first things out of your mouth? Why? Anyone else do that? Hey, I want you, if I tell my kids, I want you to go get ready. You know what they're saying? Why? Where are we going? You guys like that? Like where are we going? What's going on? What? They want to know why, and that is the same type of spirit that we have towards God. But here's the truth. Sometimes we will never know why. That pain that you're dealing with, sometimes you will never know why that happened. I wish I could tell you 5 years from now it will all make sense to you, but I'm going to believe that however long Job lived, and I'd have to look it up, the Bible may actually say after this, it never made sense why. It never did. But thousands of years later, us looking at this, it has been a help to millions upon millions of people to see what's going on. Sometimes the difficulties in life, and even if it's a help, I don't think Job would sign up for it. I'll share this. There was a Mrs. Moyer. Some of you know Mrs. Moyer. Used to teach here elementary. I think like 5th and 6th grade is what she used to teach. And she had a student in there, and this student, her mother had passed away later. Well, Mrs. Moyer, her mom passed away a couple years ago. One of the first people to reach out to her was this student who was now older. And can I tell you, that meant a lot to my wife. The student was now, I think, high school, something like that. And that meant a great deal to her. That here's somebody that's gone through this. Now, that was a help to my wife. For that student, it still doesn't take away any bit of the pain or any bit of the loss. But it was something that she had gone through that helped her help somebody else. My wife's had that same experience with other people now. I mean, it's amazing when you go through loss, you understand that things are a little bit more important. Like for me, going to funerals before, it wasn't really that big a deal. You go. But now if there's a funeral, I've traveled 2 to 3 hours for funerals of people I barely knew. But you know what I knew? When it was a funeral for my family member, it meant a lot that people were there. It meant a lot. Now I want to try to help people. I want to be there for people. Here's what we're saying right now. Okay? The why question may never get answered. I wish it could. I wish I could. I wish you could ask God and God would just say, here's exactly why this happened. But let me ask you this. Would it make it any better? Sometimes it wouldn't. Sometimes it wouldn't. Job is answered with who? What are the lessons we can learn from Job? Let me go through these. You guys can write them down. We'll talk about them. Trust God. Remember that phrase we talked about? When you can't see his hand. When you don't understand what's going on, trust his heart. Let me give you an example. How many of you remember when you learned how to swim? You guys remember that? Well, write these in because I want to use this illustration, but I want you guys' help on this so I know you're writing it in. But remember when you learned how to swim? You guys got there. Let's just be honest. Well, no, I don't know. How many of you, well, you probably don't even remember it, but maybe your parents do. How many of you were never scared of the water at all? Anybody? Like some people, some kids, I have some of my kids where it's like, before they even have their floaties on, they're trying to get in there, and you're like, hey, you're just going to sink right to the bottom. You don't understand how this whole thing works, right? So you're trying to stop them. That's some people. Like they just have no fear. They're going to do it. And you, as a parent, you're terrified because their brain doesn't work quite properly yet. Sorry to say that about some of you that raise your hand, but they don't understand that you go in this water, there's nothing that's going to help you. Like you can't help yourself. So some of you were like that. Anyone else admit I was like this? Were you a little bit scared? You know, remember those first night. Now, when I was younger, we had the arm floaties. You guys know what those are? I think those are. I was surprised. We went to the pool one day. You're not even supposed to have those anymore. You know why? Because what happens is if you flip over, the floaty will keep you up, but it won't help keep your head up. So basically somebody could drown because they have the arm floaties on, but if they just flip over, they can hold their head underneath and they can drown. I guess was what they is saying. So now they're supposed to have the vest. You guys have seen those before. How many of you still wear? Never mind. All right, so you have. Thank you, Jasmine, for your honesty. All right, so you've got the vest on or whatever, and that's what my kids, one of them now has. But last summer, my daughter really was learning how to swim without the floaty thing on, right? And I remember having her there. And here she is. Some of you probably don't, maybe you remember, I don't know. But you're standing at the edge of the pool, right? Now Braden's just like, he's been swimming for a while. These guys, they do flips and all this stuff I can't do, right? They're doing all this. And so Ashlyn's standing there, and this is one of the first times. I'm like, okay, jump. Remember that? You guys ever have that happen? Somebody's there, jump. And she looks at the water. She looks at me. She gets ready. And she steps back. Why? She's scared. I mean, she knows that she can't swim. Why do I want her to jump? Because I'm going to try to help her. What do you think are the next words that I would say to her? Ashlyn, Daddy's got you. I'll catch you. Trust me. That's what I've told him before. Trust me. So now I can see, it's funny, and some of you with little brothers or sisters, you understand this. You can sort of see their mind moving, and you know what they're thinking. And I can see her mind sort of moving, and she's thinking, okay, that's really scary. Daddy's there. Oh, do I really trust Daddy? I do remember whatever, that's what's going on in her mind. Until finally, what does she do? She jumps. And when she jumps, what do I do? Let her sink to the bottom. She's got to learn. No, that's not what you do, right? You're right there. You catch them. And now she goes back up, and next time she's not as hesitant. The next time she's not as hesitant because she's beginning to trust her dad. Sometimes in life, we've got to understand that we just need to trust. Why? Because God has a plan. God has a plan. When Ashlyn jumps into that water, I have a plan for her. I'm trying to get her to help her to overcome her fear, and so that she will be able to swim, because when she gets to your age, if she still has the floaties on, it's probably not going to be a good thing for her if she has friends over and goes swimming. right? I don't think that they're going to be like, oh, very cool floaties over there, you know? Like, it's just not. I have a plan that I want her to learn how to swim. Not only do I have a plan, I care for her. I mean, I'm not going to let her sink to the bottom. I'm not. Now, there's times, and this goes on too, where last summer she's trying to swim, right? And I'm standing beside her. You know, and you guys, maybe you've done this before, maybe you've helped one of your siblings or cousins, and you got your hands there to sort of catch them if they start going down, but you're not touching them. And then what do you have to eventually do? You move those hands back. Sort of the same thing with riding a bike. You're holding onto the bike, and at some point you've got to let go, and they've got to do it on their own. That's what's happening here. My hands are there. I've got a plan. I'm there for her. But I'm not. Sometimes I move my hands back, and I remember a few times she would get, Daddy, no, don't let go, don't let go. I'm like, you've got this, you've got this. And I move my hands back, and she would. Now there was a few times she was doing the doggy paddle. You guys know what that is, right? And she's just trying to stay above water. And so there's a few times where she started going down, and you can see it because they start getting tired. Like she's trying to go across the pool. It's not that big, but she's trying to swim across the pool, and the back legs start sinking, and now she's just, trying to stay up, and so I'll grab her and help her. Why? Because she needs to grow. She needs to get better at it. The whole time I'm there, I don't ever leave. There was never a time this summer I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm a little bit tired right now. Why don't you go jump out in the water and let me know how it goes? You've got this. You go out, jump in the water. You've got this. I'm going to leave you alone and just let you fend for yourself. If I did that, what would you think of me as a parent? Not very good. Not very caring, because my daughter, I know she can't swim very well. And I'm telling her to go out there. I want you to practice swimming without your floaties. You've got this. You'd be like, what's wrong with you? I didn't do that. I was right there. Now, did I sometimes have to push her a little bit further than she wanted to go? Yeah. Riding a bike, right? Take those training wheels off. How many of you still have the never mind. You take those training wheels off. You're there, and with my kids, it's been amazing because two of them now just ride their bikes, great. But even one of them, it was like a process. Like it took them some time. The other one, it's like the first time I let go, they're gone. Like they're good to go. But I remember letting go. And at first they're going and they're doing well, and they're like, oh, look. And then Dad. Then what happens? They turn around to see where I'm at, and down they go. It's like you're trying to help them, but they can't quite get that. Now, here's the thing. Sometimes in our life we go through difficult things, and this seems trite, so I don't like saying it, but I believe it is a biblical principle. Sometimes the difficult things we go through help us grow. You're like, I don't want to grow like that. I understand. But they do. You say, well, why do I need to grow like this? Because other people don't need to grow like this. Other people don't have this. And that's something that people will have to deal with. But it is, I don't understand it. I can't get up here and give you like some magic formula. This is why everything happens to you. And Romans 8:28, we've all heard that verse. We know all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who are the called according to his purpose. Sometimes we hear that verse when we're going through a difficult time, and somebody uses it like in the situation of Job. And it's like, what happened? Job lost everything, but he got everything back. Right? Actually, let's read that really quick, just so you see it. Go to, what is the last chapter of Job? Very last chapter of Job. Let me find what it is. Let me get what it is. It is Job chapter 42. 42. Verse number 12. So the Lord blessed the latter end of Job more than his beginning, for he had 14,000 sheep and 6,000 camels and 1,000 yoke of oxen and 1,000 she-asses. He had also 7 sons and 3 daughters. Job basically gets everything back and more. And sometimes that's our idea of Romans 8:28. Okay, God, you took all this away from me. Now you're going to give me everything back. That doesn't always happen that way. Because Romans 8:28 is all about Romans 8:29. All things work together for good, but what is the good in verse number 29? That we would be conformed to the image of his Son. The good in my life is becoming more like Jesus. Which, by the way, the Bible says he dealt with everything the same as we did. You know that the man that raised Jesus, we don't know when, but it seems somewhere between the age of 12 and 30 he died. I have no idea when it was, the Bible doesn't say, but between 12 and age 30, 12 you see him in the temple trying to find Jesus. By the end of age 30, he is not, when Jesus starts his earthly ministry, he's no longer mentioned at all. Somewhere in that range, he passed away. Jesus went through that. He had friends pass. The things we go through in life, he went through. He would have gone through them. The Bible doesn't say, but more than likely, they wouldn't live usually as long as what they do today. It's very possible that his grandparents would have passed away. He went through these things like we did. He understands. That's why Hebrews says we don't have a high priest which cannot be touched with the feelings of our infirmities. What does that mean? He has felt what we have felt. The loss. He's gone through it. And he's the one, as you're swimming through life, that's right there. He says, I will never leave you nor forsake you. There's a poem. My mom had this up in her house. You guys ever heard Footprints? I believe is it called. Have you guys ever heard that one before? Footprints? And basically the idea behind this poem is, I'm trying to remember it now from a long time ago. But is it in there? Yeah. Where it talks about when he was trying to, looks back and where, can you read it for us? All right, go ahead. That's not it. No? I'm sorry. No, and maybe it's not called Footprints. I believe it is, but here's what it means. The poem said this person basically was talking to Jesus, and they'd gotten through life, and they got to these, they saw these footprints. One was the person, one was Jesus. And during the dark times, their difficult times of life, this person only saw one set of footprints. And so when they got to when they saw this, they said, well, Jesus, where were you at during these difficult times when I needed you? He said, that's where I carried you. The reason there are only one set of footprints is because I was carrying you during that time. He's not going to leave you. Look to him. This question right here as we end up, and we've spent longer in this section than I was planning, but I just think it's maybe it's a help to me. The book of Job does not tell that Job ever found out about what happened in heaven. How God was making a point to Satan about how his servants feared and trusted him. What lessons should we take from this book about how we respond to trials that we do not understand? And this is the main part of Job. When you go through trials you don't understand, who will you be like? Because I believe both responses are there. Job and Job's wife. Job said, I'm going to trust you, God. Job's wife said, God, I'm done with you. When you go through those difficult times, what will your response be? Hey, tomorrow you have your quiz, your verse quiz, Psalm 1, verses 1 through 3. Also, tomorrow is Friday, so you have time for questions. If you have a question you'd like to ask, we'll discuss that on Friday, and your field notes are due tomorrow. You guys have a great rest of your day.
wrong one. There we go. Ooh. Why is that still up there? Testing. He's going to love me if I have to call him back. Okay, DLs. I think you're on. I think we're... Class. I need you to be quiet. I need you to be quiet. Joey, turn around, please. Okay, DLs. Give you just a few moments here, but we have a quiz 14 today. And if I don't say it again, a test on Monday. Neither one is open book. So make sure that you are ready for those. We'll start the quiz here in just a moment. But go ahead, because I don't know if what you're seeing is the Bible or if you're going to see what I have. So that's what I got to figure out. So hang on. This is review for test 5. Uh-huh. Yes, ma'am. Both? Modified and matching? I wish sometimes they would just shut their programs down. What? Maybe. I know there's something simple to this, but Mark. Okay. Hopefully Mr. S will come back up here, down here. He's got to fix that. Okay, DLs, I'm going to about ready to pass this out, so you got just another couple minutes to review, and then we'll start, okay? Quickly, please. Okay, enough, enough talking. The ghost has arrived. Cracks me up how they can do it from another location. Okay. Okay. We ready? Yes, ma'am. If it snows during my class, no. No, I won't let you out. Okay. Shh. Okay, all notes put away. DLs, I'm just going to put you on interruption for about 10 minutes. Let's see if we can get it done in 10. Okay, and then we'll come back. So That way you won't hear any of our conversations here that you don't need to hear. Okay. See you in a little bit. Welcome back. Okay, after intermission and time for our review. So hopefully you're done. Shh. DLs, you got a little bit of a flexibility. Ladies, ladies, ladies. DLs, you have a little bit of flexibility on your time frame of getting the quizzes done because you're home. Shh, quiet. So make sure that you're still doing it without looking at any help, okay, um, from worksheets or whatever, especially the review that we're doing today. Now, normally, with since we're doing the DL distance learning, the normal way that I would do um, to help everybody out, I usually would give extra credit for correct answers. But there's no way I can tell if you're giving me the correct answer or not, DLs. So to be fair for you, I'm not allowing that for the classroom either. So as we go through this, it's all going to be on the screen. So make sure that, try and answer them. You get a worksheet or a study sheet for this. But if we don't get finished today, we are coming back tomorrow to redo the whole thing again anyway. Okay? Emily, I'll try to get you the quiz. Okay? Um, and yes, Jezreel, that was quiz 14. Okay? So, sorry I didn't see the notes there. Okay? Okay, so here we go. Ready or not? Joey, I'm going to move you right up here pretty soon. Okay? Shh. Aren't you supposed to be over here, Joey? Get where you're supposed to be, please. Get back. Get where you're supposed to be. Hey, you have something of hers? Give her your hands, please. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Well, who's confused? Okay, class, don't start talking, please. Natalie, you had a question? Absolutely. Okay, here we go. What is any fossil considered by evolutionists to be a characteristic of a specific range of time and used to identify rock layers in the field? That's what it is. Index fossil. That's fine. Okay. I don't mind if you say it out loud, but let's just do it respectively. Okay. Now, what was I supposed to? Oh, DLs. Someone was supposed to remind me about something and they didn't. But I reminded myself. I remembered myself. Okay. Okay. Now, um, with our test on Monday, it'll probably be a 2-day test. That's what I'm anticipating. Aaron? A 2-day test. So therefore, plans to start next chapter, which would be chapter 6 on Wednesday. So I am putting together the new packets today. They should be in the office tomorrow. So anybody that needs to get one picked up, please come and get it in the office tomorrow. They should be up there, probably by 3 o'clock. Mia, Cheyenne's going to bring yours home for you before you even ask. So I knew what you were going to say, okay? So got you covered there. So that means, Emily, I'm working with you. I'll try and get it to you, okay? But we'll get it. Okay, so office tomorrow, pick up your packets. Okay, next question. What is the first and largest division of the geologic column? Thank you. You can't answer the next one. Huh? How? Like, but that doesn't help. Okay, here's what we'll do. Shh. Here what we'll, shh. Quiet. DLs, you're going to benefit from this. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Guys versus girls. Quiet, 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 quiet. Boys versus girls. And whatever questions you answer as a group, that's how many extra credit points you get. So if the girls answer 10, the boys answer 12, the boys get 12, girls get 10. Okay? As a group. So no matter who answers, the group gets the extra credit. Does that make sense? We'll try that. We'll try it this time. Yes, ma'am. But I can't do that for the DLs. Okay. Okay. Let's try it this way today. Girls versus guys. So guys, get in there. Okay. Already, girls are up 2-0. I need somebody to keep track. Score. Okay, Brianna. Shh. What? The group gets the 10. Yep. We're just doing that today. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Today, yes. Tomorrow, no. Okay. Okay. Here we go. So girls are up 2-0. Here we go. Question next, because they've already answered 2. Brianna's keeping score. 2-0 girls. Okay. Here we go. Shh. What is the moral consequence of a belief in evolution? Yep. 3-0. Okay. Let's raise our hands now. Okay. But I was listening, so she did answer first. Okay. And I'll say, shh, you can't raise your hand until I say go. Okay. Here we go. Next question. What is the conflict between creation and evolution excuse me. Why is the conflict between creation and evolution not about what science says, but about what man believes? Go. Ooh, she beat you. Brianna? Correct. Yep. 2 down. You answer 2 in a row, you can't answer the third. Okay? And then you can come back for the next one. Okay, 4-0, guys. Come on, get with it. Here it is. What type of fossil forms when mud buries a plant or animal and quickly hardens into rock, leaving an impression after the plant or animal decays? Go. Erica. Huh? Mold fossils. I'm seeing you. I'm seeing you guys. I got my peripheral vision. You guys were really close over here, but she was just a hair ahead. Okay, here we go. Ha, ha, ha. What term describes an organism that shows no change between its appearance in the fossil record and its appearance in the present day? Go. Hudson. What? Stasis. Okay. What are we? 5-1? Okay. Here we go. Which idea suggests that new kinds of organisms are a result of rapid genetic changes that supposedly bring about a new organism in a very short time? Go. Hands down. I have my head turned. Sorry. Go. Yep. Punctuated equilibrium. Okay. Jason, you are right there. Okay. Okay. Next question. Here we go. Huh? You can't cheat by having your hand up already. I won't call on them. Okay. Here we go. How does inbreeding help form new species within a kind? Go. You had her beat, but you put your hand in. Yep. You had her beat. Next question. Here we go. What term refers to the amount of time needed for half of a parent element to decay into its daughter element? Go. Jason. Half-life. You guys were close. Okay. By the way, DLs, listen to this too. Chapter 5 notes need to be finished and turned in with your test on when you're finished with your test. And that's Tuesday. Okay? So make sure that you are caught up or take the consequences of blanks. Okay, here we go. Which scientist first suggested that many catastrophes have shaped Earth's geological features? Go. Jasmine. George Cuvier. Yes, ma'am. Then it goes automatically to the guys to answer. Okay? So, good question. Good question. So, did everybody hear that? If one group answers it wrong, the person I call on, it automatically goes to the other group to answer. Okay? And if they can't, then the question gets thrown out. No, I'm not. I can't keep track of 2, 3, 4s. Okay. It's hard enough with one, especially when you guys are so spread out. Then it gets thrown out. Okay? No point. Yes, ma'am. Yes. I was watching him. Hands got to be down. Hands on the table. Shh. And Aaron, let me say this. Jasmine, let me say this. There's no way you can raise your hand if you're holding hands. Okay? Hey, they've been reaching out to each other. I haven't kidded you for a long time, so bear with it. Okay, here we go. Next question. Shh, pay attention. Who popularized the idea that geological processes have always occurred at their current rate? Go. Hudson. Charles Lyell. Some of you were going to say Charles Darwin. Okay? But Lyell popularized it. Okay? Charles Darwin took off of Lyell's thoughts and went with it. Okay? Next question. Why is the existence of transitional forms between creatures like a rodent and a bat impossible? Go. Jason. Transitional forms must be fully functional at every step. Okay? Okay, next question. What are we at? 5-3, 6-3? 4-8, okay? Guys are coming up. Okay? Come back. Got your rally caps on? Here we go. 4-8. Boys to girls. Boys have 8, girls have 4. Okay, here we go. What is the reason why Java Man cannot be considered a human ancestor? Go. Brianna got you. Yep. You were close. Okay, 9-4, boys. Here we go. What principle states that the same scientific laws in operation today have existed throughout the Earth's history? Go. Ariana. Yep, principle of uniformity. She was just a hair above everybody else, but it was close. I was watching, huh? Okay, here we go. What well-known dating method is usually used only to date organic materials? Go. Micah, you were, I mean, it was really close. I'm going to pick Micah on this one. Carbon-14 dating. Okay? That one should be an easy one to answer because it's in the answer or it's in the question. Dating method. That's the only one that talks about dating is carbon-14 dating. Okay? Yeah, she answered one. Yeah. She's just being a little slow today. Yeah. She's being distracted too much. Okay. At least he admits it. Okay. Next question. What is a supposed human ancestor? Original and bone fragments and is now known to have resembled an orangutan. Go. She got you. Wrong. Okay. Let's answer together. Ramapithecus. I decided that's how we're going to do the correction. Guys got it, not the girls. She had it wrong. Okay. But good try. Good try. At least you raised your hand. Okay. Next question. Next question. What is the chimpanzee-like missing link whose name means handicap? Go. Jason. What'd you say? Homo habilis. What are we, 9-6? 10-7. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. What is the human ancestor who was fully human but probably had rickets? Go. Chase. Neanderthal man. Okay. 10-8, guys and ladies. Here we go. What is the species? And go. Say it again. Homo erectus. Okay. Kayla, you were real close right there. Okay. Here we go. I'm watching for movement. Okay. I don't watch for full length. I watch for movement. Okay. Here we go. What is modern man's classifications? Go. Adelaide. Huh? Homo sapiens. What are we back? 12/8. Okay. Here we go. By the way, these points will continue tomorrow. Okay? Maybe. Any extra credit points. Okay, here we go. What is the supposed early human fossil lost during World War II? Go. Jason, you were really close. What? Okay. I call it peaking, but pecking. Next question. Up in the next 2 minutes. Here it is. 12/9. Right? Okay. Here we go. What was classified as the upright man? Go. Yep. 12/10. 12/10. Here we go. I see a lot of. Here we go. What was the chimpanzee-like fossil species that includes Lucy? Go. Brianna, gotcha. Okay. Instead of spelling that whole name out, I just put A. Okay? And listen, that's all you have to do on the test too. Okay? You don't have to spell that name out. You can just put A afarensis. Afarensis. Okay? Okay. Today. What is a fossil that extends through multi-strata called? Go. Too quick. Got polystrate fossil. Okay? Okay. The reason I did it that way because I couldn't determine who was second. Okay? So I saw girls answer it, and so the guys got the question. Okay. Now, today we're on slide 49. Shh. Hey, remind me to go to slide 50 tomorrow, and we'll start there, and then we'll redo it again. Okay? Tomorrow, test for Monday, probably on Tuesday also to finish, and you should be able to finish it in 2 days, okay? DLs, hope you are getting these done, going through it, doing the review also, but they're helping you get some extra credit points here, okay? And no matter who wins, right now it's what, 12 to 11 to 13, girls are ahead. So no matter how it turns out, each group is going to get some extra credit points, okay? And we'll do that this time on this test, okay? There's the bell. DLs, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, we do. Literature books, page 145. Sharon, please find your seat quickly. Taking your sweet time. My goodness. All right, page 145 in your literature books. Okay, make sure you know who the author is. John Patton. He wrote Cannibals at Work. Okay, the theme of this is God will protect his children. Okay, and in this story, John Patton, we know, who was he witnessing to, class? Not the Wainaris, but I think it said one tribe that they had. But he was, who remembers? I don't think it actually shows you, but let me give you some background to this story. Okay. Cannibals at Work is a personal experience written by John Patton. Okay, so this isn't a fake story. It's real. John, where's your literature book? Okay, you need to have it by tomorrow. If not, I'm going to contact your mom or something. Okay, you're in 7th grade now. You need to be responsible. Okay, by tomorrow. Cannibals at Work, or have your mom tell me that if it's not absolutely possible for tomorrow, to have her text me, because it's unacceptable that you can't have your literature book because you don't do homework and you don't know what's on the quiz. So I'd suggest you get out a piece of paper and take notes. Okay, that goes for anyone that doesn't have their book. Yes. Yes. Then you're just kind of gross. I understand. Okay, let's talk about it. Okay, so this was his personal experience. Okay, his personal experience. It's not just a story that he made up or thought about. He actually experienced it, and he was actually in the South Pacific. I don't know if you've ever heard of the island of Vanuatu. South Pacific is kind of on the coast of Australia, all those little islands there. But John Patton, he was the one who God used down there to do amazing things. And the people on the island actually respected him for it. Who remembers what they called him? It's on page 145. Starts with an M. Huh? Missy, okay? The nickname that the natives gave Patton. In this true story, John Patton, he takes God at his word as he lives among these cannibals. And obviously, I would not want to live among cannibals. The natives of Tanna, which is one of the islands of the South Pacific's Vanuatu. This is encouragement to all of us because we know that God is actually real and he protects his children, which is the theme of this story. Okay, look on page 145. Look at the intro. The assurance that he was in the Lord's will gave John G. Patton, a Scottish missionary, the courage he needed to live among the fierce natives of the island of Tanna. In this account, Patton relates his encounter with the island's murderous sacred men and his night trip across a cannibal-inhabited island. Okay, so on page 145, it's just kind of giving, who remembers the term that it's giving us the beginning of the story, all the introduction, starts with an E. Does anybody remember? Starts with an E. What's the term that gives us the beginning of the story? It kind of sets up the story. Okay. Hudson, do you remember? Okay, it's the exposition. Okay, you want to know that term, okay? Exposition. So the exposition of the story is when they give the background information, the setting of the story. So we know the setting is on the island. Early one morning, that's part of the setting. Early one morning, the savages' yells, warring tribes, woke me from sleep. And what they were doing is they actually were having a feast, and they killed all these, last night they killed all these men, and they kind of offered them up as a sacrifice, and that was their custom. So they killed these people, and then what they did was they would eat them, like warring tribes with each other, would offer sacrifices, and that was their custom of making peace with each other. So here they were at this big feast. They were eating these people because that was their custom of, okay, we're starting a peace treaty. If you guys see that. Not many days thereafter, a very horrible transaction occurred. We're on the bottom of page 145, the left-hand column. Please follow along. A horrible transaction occurred. Before daybreak, I heard shot after shot quickly discharged. A teacher came running and cried, Missy, 6 or 7 men have been shot dead this morning for a great feast. It is to reconcile tribes that have been at war and to allow a banished tribe to return to peace. So here they are eating these men because that was their custom of peace. So he actually learned that he and some of his friends were supposed to be part of the feast. They were the ones that the people were going to eat, but God had protected them. They were bolted up inside their house. A bunch of men from the tribes, they were patrolling their house day and night. They were in there for a couple of days, but then eventually the tribes left and they were able to get out of their house. And then this story kind of gives an account of his interaction with 3 tribesmen or 3 sacred men from a tribe. And who remembers what happens in the story? Why was he fighting along with these sacred men? I'm not fighting, but why was he kind of confronting these sacred men? Who remembers? Emma, do you know? Sorry? Well, yeah, to do missionary work. That's what he was there for. But everyone go ahead and look on page 146, okay? Page 146. Actually, on the left-hand side, it kind of just gives a little bit of the gory details of what they did. It says, they bore away the slain to be cooked and distributed among the tribes and eaten in their feast of reconciliation. That's kind of gross, kind of thinking about eating people. But there was one there on page 146 and then 147, the bottom of page 146, he says, calling the attention of the assembly what I was doing, I took 3 fruits from the bunch, and taking a bite out of each, I gave them one after another to the 3 sacred men, and deliberately said in the hearing of all, you have seen me eat this fruit, you have seen me give the remainder to your sacred men. They have said they can kill me by Nahak, who was their god, but I challenge them to do it if they can without arrow or spear, club or musket, for I deny that they have any power against me or against anyone by their sorcery. And the people, the 3 sacred men, they accepted the challenge. So what they were trying to do is they said that they could kill John Paton just by sorcery. And what they needed from him was something that he had eaten, some article of clothing from his. So he ate 3 pieces of fruit and gave it to each of the witch doctors. I'm just going to say witch doctors. They're sacred men. Okay? So they tried to do it. They tried to obviously kill John G. Paton through sorcery, and obviously, class, did that work? No, it did not work, and people were so amazed that they actually started believing or saying, wow, God is real. Then one night, he had to, so if you guys actually back up a little bit, page 147, it says the 3 sacred men were on the right-hand column. The second paragraph, it says, the 3 sacred men, on being asked, admitted that they had tried to kill me by Nahak, but they had failed. So like I said, they had admitted that they failed. They started to believe that God was true. Then he said, yes, truly, my Jehovah God is stronger than all your gods, and he protected me. And this is kind of the story of how God protected him, okay? So if you guys look on page number 148, the bottom on page 148, the left-hand side. So he goes on this mission, okay? Let's start reading there. The other mission station on the southwest side of Tanna had to be visited by me from time to time, okay? Mr. and Mrs. Mathewson there were both in weak state of health, having a tendency to consumption. This just means they were sick, they were wasting away of bodily tissues because they were weak, they were a little older. So he kind of visited them here and there to kind of give them supplies. In this case, he needed to give them what? Who knows what they needed to bring him? Continue reading down, Emma. Flour, okay? From the blank stares on your faces, I'm not sure if all of us have read it. So make sure you guys are paying attention because there's a possible quiz over this, okay? Flour. They had to give the missionaries flour. So this was a very dangerous mission because it was on the other side of the island. So he took men with him, and they were, even then, they were scared to go because there were other warring tribes, cannibals, on the island. It was a long journey, a dangerous journey. So when they got there, he was able to get there and give them the flour. But then nightfall came and he wanted to go back, but no one wanted to go with him. So It's just on page 149 and 100. On 149, it kind of tells of the dangerous story of how he got back. So he had to climb a cliff. He had to slide down into the ocean, and then all this other stuff happened. And then when he got back to his village, the people were so astonished that he made it past all the cannibals. He made it past all the dangerous stuff that he went through, and they ended up believing in God. If you guys see that on page 150, it says, "Surely any of us would have been killed. Your Jehovah God alone thus protects you and brings you safely home. With all my heart I said, yes, and he will be your protector and helper too, if only you will obey and trust him." The last paragraph says, "Certainly that night put my faith to the test. Had it not been for the assurance that I was engaged in his service and that in every path of duty he would carry me through or dispose of me therein for his glory, I could never have undertaken either journey. Paul's words are true today and forever. I can do all things through Christ, which strengtheneth me." And that's why, the theme of the story is God will protect his children. Okay? You want to know John Paton? He's an important author to know in this unit. Just some facts about John Paton. He was born near Dumfries, Scotland. He began his ministry as a city missionary in Scotland, Glasgow, Scotland, in 1847, where he also studied theology and medicine at the University of Glasgow. In 1858, Paton began his full-time Christian ministry, answering God's call to go to the South Pacific islands of New Hebrides, known as Vanuatu. Over the next 30 years, Paton brought Christianity, orphanages, schooling, and various trades to these islands while undergoing countless hardships and dangers. So that was just one of the accounts of his ministry there. Okay? Look at page 151. Climb till your dreams come true. Climb till your dreams come true. This was written by Helen Steiner Rice. Helen Steiner Rice. The theme of this work is your faith can be stronger than knowledge, power, and skill. Your faith can be stronger than knowledge, power, and skill. This work is kind of a powerful reminder of how we can trust in God, in that anything is possible for those who put their trust in him. In Matthew 17, verse number 20, the Bible says, "If you have faith of a mustard seed, then God will bless you. God will bless that faith, and you can even move mountains if you just even have a little bit of faith. As small as a grain of a mustard seed." Obviously, that's a example if you just have a little faith. But in this work, Helen Steiner Rice, she supports this verse in her claim and shows us that she has a steadfast faith in the Lord Jesus Christ. Let's go ahead and read it together, but before we do that, let's read the intro, okay? Faith is defined as having a complete trust and confidence in a person, thing, or idea. Thankfully, as Christians, we can put our faith in God, that he will do what's best for us and that he will give us the courage to do what we think we cannot do. Sometimes it's hard to have faith when we face difficult trials in life. We fall short of the many goals we've made of, or when we feel defeated in trying to do right. However, as we learn to have an immovable faith in God, we also learn more about his character and realize that with God by our side, we can do anything that seems impossible. Okay? So faith is stronger than knowledge, power, and skill. Let's go ahead and read this together, and then we will be done with literature. Okay? Often your tasks will be many and more than you think you can do. Often the road will be rugged and the hills insurmountable too. We know these could be a symbol of all the trials in our life, the path of life. But always remember, the hills ahead are never as steep as they seem. And with faith in your heart, start upward and climb till you reach your dream. For nothing in life that is worthy is never too hard to achieve if you have the courage to try it and you have the faith to believe. For faith is the force that is greater than knowledge or power or skill. There's where we get our theme. And many defeats turn to triumph if you trust in God's wisdom and will. For faith is a mover of mountains. There is nothing that God cannot do. So start out today with faith in your heart and climb till your dreams come true. Okay? Faith can be stronger than knowledge, power, and skill. Okay, go ahead and put that away. Take out your grammar books. Oops. And turn to page number 92, I believe. Give me 1 second. Not 92. We did 93, right, class? Let's go to page number 94. Page number 94. In your green books. And then page number 100 and... Good. Number 100, not that one. 112. 112 in the blue book. Okay, we are going to review for your verbs and their uses. Tomorrow we will have a quiz over active and passive voice. Okay, active and passive voice, we'll review that quickly. And then in preparation for our quiz, for our test next week, over units 1 through 5. Okay, so let's look at exercise C. Exercise C. Okay. In this one, on page 112 in your blue book, for those of you in distant learning, 112 in the blue book, 94 in the green book. Let's look at exercise C. Okay, you're labeling the italicized action verb as active or passive. Okay, who remembers what makes a verb active? Okay, Tyler, do you remember? Good, if the subject is doing the action. Okay, I open the door. Okay, opened is my verb. I am opening the door, so therefore opened is active. Okay, then whatever makes a verb passive is when the subject is the receiver of the action. For example, the door was opened by me. Okay, was opened is my verb, but the door is not. John, please take your hood off. The door is not opening. Okay, so the door is my subject, but if it's not doing the opening, it's not active, it's passive, okay? And then what I mean when it has the subject is the receiver of the action, I find my verb was opened, who or what was opened, door. If it points back to the subject, then I know it's passive, okay? So let's look at our exercise. Both Andrew and Emily were nominated for class president. We're in the blue book. Kind of the same one, the same concept, okay? So both candidates, or both Andrew and Emily, were nominated for president, for class president by students in our class or by the citizens of the United States, either or, okay? My verb is were nominated. Is that active or passive, class? It is passive, okay? The reason why it's passive is because my subject is not doing the action. It's not nominating. They're not nominating themselves. They were nominated. Okay? Number 2, the class chose Deborah and Jordan to be representatives. The class chose Deborah and Jordan to be representatives. What is the verb chose? Is it active or passive, John? It is, what? What did you say? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Not passive. Look at my subject. What's my subject? Who or what chose? Class. Okay. Is the class physically choosing? Or they're actually choosing? Yes. So if my subject is doing the action of the verb and they're choosing, what would it be? Active. Okay, it is active. Okay, let's do number 2 in the blue book. The election is scheduled for next Tuesday. Who has this one? Jason, you want to give this one a shot? Is scheduled. Is the election scheduling? No. So if it's not doing the action, what would it be? Passive, okay? One thing that you can also find in passive verbs is that they point back to the subject, okay? So you can say who or what is scheduled, election is scheduled, okay? If it points back to the subject, then you know it's passive. Number 3, do you know how you plan to vote? Okay, do know is my verb. What is this one? Joey? Active, okay? You know, you are doing the action, okay? Robert scored the winning goal. Aaron? What is scored? Okay, it's active or passive, okay? Know the differences between those because that's actually important in grammar, okay? Active or passive. Number 4, I am buying a new jacket this weekend. Destiny? Active, good. I am doing the action of buying. Awesome. Number 4, Pat nominated Julie for class president. Tyler? Active, good. Pat is nominating. Number 5, our governor is elected every 6 years by the citizens of our state. Natalie? It is passive, good. Whoever is elected will do a good job, class. That would also be whoever is elected will do a good job, class. Passive, good. Okay, that one is passive. Okay, so that will be our quiz tomorrow. Are there any questions about active or passive? Okay, all right, everyone turn back to, well, not turn back to, but go back up to exercise A. Let's just start some practice, some more review. Okay, exercise A, underline each verb twice and the subject once. Pretty easy, go ahead and work on that. 1 through 5, subject once, verb twice. If you still are having trouble with this, you want to find your verb first, okay? Your verb first. So if there's anything that's doing action, if there is any verb that's linking, remember am, is, are, was, were, be, being, been, all of those are verbs. And then make sure that you are underlining your entire verb phrase. Don't miss any, okay? Yes. Next week. Next Friday. So we have all next week to review for the test. On Thursday. Okay, let's look at number 1 in the green book. Scrooge's nephew invited him to come to a delectable dinner on Christmas Day. John, what's my verb? And give me my subject. Awesome. Nephew invited. Nephew is my subject. Invited is the verb. Okay. Lassie, a beautiful collie, once belonged to Joe Carraclough and his son, but Joe sold Lassie to the Duke of Rudling. Who has number 1? Jasmine? What's my verb? Belonged. Who or what belonged? Not collie. What's the first word? Lassie. Okay, Lassie belonged. Collie is actually in a positive. We'll study those later. But Lassie is my subject. There's also a compound sentence there. So what is my other verb? Sold. Who or what sold? Joe sold. Okay, that's number 1 in the blue book. Okay. Number 2, however, Lassie loved Joe's son and would always return to her former home. Lassie loved Joe's son and would always return to her former home. Ari, give me my verbs. Would return. There's one more. Loved. Good. Who or what loved and who or what would always return? Lassie. Lassie is my subject. Okay? Number 2, Scrooge was not kind to his clerk. Scrooge was not kind to his clerk. Chase, what's my verb and what's my subject? No, we're on exercise A, but you should be working with us. What's my verb? Scrooge was not kind to his clerk. Was. Okay, who or what was? What's my subject? Good. Scrooge was. Okay. Number 3, Scrooge was visited by 3 Christmas spirits on Christmas Eve. Erica, you want to give me that one? My verb. Good, was visited. Who or what was visited? Scrooge. Scrooge was visited. Okay, number 3 in the blue book. Once she even traveled a distance of over 400 miles. What's my verb? Let's go with Cheyenne. Okay, traveled. Who or what traveled? She traveled. Good. Number 4 in the blue book, Joe's son did not want to return Lassie to the Duke, and he begged his father to keep her. Let's go with Joey. Give me my verbs there. Whoops. Not to, but want is one of them. Are there any helper verbs with it? There is, okay? My entire verb phrase is did want. Okay, did want. Who or what did want? What's my subject? Look at that one. Joe's what? Son. Okay, the son did not want. Okay, and there is another verb there. Look at the compound verb. Okay, and he begged his father to keep her. What's my verb there? What's an action there? Begged. Who or what begged? What's my subject? Not Joe, in that particular sentence. And he begged his father to keep her. Who begged? Read the sentence. And he begged his father to keep her. Who begged? He. Okay? He is my subject. Begged is my verb. Are you underlining these in your book? Okay? Number 4, the spirits showed Scrooge the destructiveness of his choices. What's my verb there, Jaden? Showed. Who or what showed? Spirits. Spirits is my subject. And the last one, Scrooge changed his ways and was kind to his clerk and his nephew. Who has this one? Tyler? Give me my verb. And. Okay, not kind, but was. Okay? Scrooge changed, and he was. Scrooge is my subject there. Last one. Finally, the Duke asked Joe Clariclough to work for him, and the whole family went to live on the Duke's property. How many of you actually have seen Lassie? I've never seen Lassie either. Okay. What's my verb here? The Duke asked Joe Clariclough to work for him. Let's break it down. The Duke asked Joe Clariclough to work for him. Where's my verb there? Jason? Asked. Who or what asked? The Duke. Duke asked. Okay. And then the next part of the sentence, and the whole family went to live on the Duke's property. Who has this one? Jasmine? What's my verb? And the whole family went to live on the Duke's property? Not quite. The whole family went to live on the Duke's property. Good. Went is my subject. Who or what went? The family went. There you go. Okay? Exercise B. Exercise B. Action if the verb shows action. Linking if the verb links. Okay? So remember, with linking verbs, they link together the predicate back to the subject. Okay? She was kind. Okay? Kind is going back to the subject, therefore was is a linking verb. Mr. Coral is the coach. Okay? Coach is going back to Mr. Coral. Okay? So is a linking verb. Okay? With action, we know those ones to be showing action, obviously doing something. Okay? So you label if it's action, label it if it's linking, and if it's linking, you draw whatever word it's linking back. Okay? Number 1, have you tasted this coconut pie? Let's start with the blue book. Have you tasted this coconut pie? What's my verb there? Class, it says right there. Tasted. Okay, technically it would be have tasted. Who can raise their hand and tell me if it's action or linking? Action or linking? Jasmine? Action. Good. Okay? Look at this. The students became excited during the soccer shootout. Okay, what is the word became? What's my verb? Well, that's my verb, became. Is that action or linking? Who can raise their hand and tell me? Joey? Actually, this is the word that is used as a linking verb. Okay, here's why. The students became excited. Do you think the students physically became the word excited? Can you become the word excited? Like, I'm going to become this and evolve into the word excited. No, okay? So you have to look at that. This is actually used as a linking verb, okay? So the students became excited. Where would I draw my arrow? To excited back to students, okay? You did pretty good for just listening to the subject, but listening to the sentence. But yes, the students became excited. I would draw my verb excited back to the subject students, okay? Number 2, my friend seemed unusually distracted. My friend seemed unusually distracted. Same thing here, okay? You have to look if the friend is physically becoming distracted, and if not, what would it be? Anyone besides Joey? Let's go with Bella. Linking, okay? What would I draw my arrow to? Distracted to friend. Make sure everyone's following along, okay? Distracted back to friend. Okay, number 2 in the green book. Have you tasted Mrs. Jordan's chocolate fudge? Okay, have you tasted Mrs. Jordan's chocolate fudge? Okay, kind of the same thing with number 1 in the blue book, but let's go with this one. Yes, Natalie? It is an action verb because you are tasting. Okay. Number 3, the hybrid poplar can grow up to 8 feet a year in optimal growing conditions. My verb is can grow. Is that action or linking, Brianna? It is action. Okay. Number 3 in the blue book. These plants grew to their full height in 1 year. Jasmine? It is action. Good. Number 4 in the blue book. After the noise subsided, Michaela appeared in the doorway. Ari? This one is action. Good. Number 4 in the green book. James and John were the sons of Zebedee. Micah? It is linking. Where would I draw my arrows? Not were. Were is my linking verb. What 2 words are they linking? In this case, 3 words. Good. Okay, but I would actually draw sons back to James and John. Okay. Number 5, the feisty kitten has become much more calm. What is has become, Brianna? Yes, linking. What do I draw my, what is it called? Arrow to. Calm back to kitten. Good. Number 5, that was the same one as number 4 in the blue book. So James and John were the sons of Zebedee. Were is linking. I would draw my arrows from sons back to James and John. Okay. Number 6, the caged lions have become quite docile. Let's go with Cheyenne. What is have become? Action or linking? Linking. What do I draw my arrow back to? Not quite. Docile. Quite is an adjective describing docile. But docile goes back to lions. You had the right idea. Okay, and the number 6. Jeanne appeared in the doorway after the noise subsided. What is the verb appeared? Emma? Action or linking? It's not linking here. If it were linking, is there any word that would be linking it to back to the subject? No. Okay, so it has to be action, and you can actually appear like she went into the doorway. Okay, so number 6 is action. Okay, we already did exercise C. Give me 1 second. 96. Okay, let's go one more exercise. Let's go to exercise D. Okay, exercise D. One more. Underline each verb twice, circle each verbal. Okay, remember with verbals, these are the ones that look like verbs, but they're not actually verbs. Okay, so there's one that is always used as an adjective. Who remembers what that one's called? Okay, well actually let me put it on the board for you. If there is a marker. Okay, verbals. Okay, remember that they are used as adjectives. Another one is used as a noun. And then another one is used as nouns, adjectives, or adverbs. And we're actually looking for the word to plus a verb in one of them. This one ends in ing. And then this one ends in dentiding. Okay, who remembers which one is used as an adjective? Chase? Good, a participle. I'm just going to put P-A-R-T here. Okay, that didn't work. A participle. Remember, these are only used as adjectives. They describe nouns. What is the one that is used only as nouns? Erica? A gerund, okay. And these are always ending in ing. They don't describe anything, they function as something. And then what is used as a noun, adjective, or adverb and has the words to plus a verb? Let's go, Joey. An infinitive, okay? So these are what I'm looking for. The words to plus a verb, ing, or anything that's ending in dentiding, okay? So these ones aren't the actual verbs, so it'll help you find the actual verb first, okay? Let's do numbers 1 and 2. That's probably what we'll have time for. Okay, number 1, our teaching and preaching is based on the finished work of Christ. What's my actual verb within this sentence? Our teaching and preaching is based on the finished work of Christ. Hudson, what's my verb? Is based. You would underline is based twice. Are there any verbals within this sentence? Give me one. Bella? Teaching. Okay, notice how that ends in ing. Another one. Natalie? Preaching and in ing. Okay, there's one more. Jason? Finished. Good. Okay, finished. Number 2, Jess plans to plant 10 flowering bushes on either side of the winding driveway. Where's my verb here, Brianna? Plans. Good. Who can raise their hand and tell me any other verbals within this sentence? Verbals. Jaden? Not just plant. What goes with it? The word right before it. To, that's what I'm looking for. To plus the verb, plant. Okay? Another one, Hudson. Flowering, ends in ing. And then one more. Chase. Winding driveway. Good. Okay, and then the last one in the blue book, Christ came to this world to die for our sins. Okay? Notice this with those guys, do not pack up. We are still on number 2. Okay? Christ came to this world to die for our sins. What's my verb here? Ari? Came. Okay, and then any infinitives or verbals there? Okay, not just die. We need to circle the word to as well. Okay? Christ came to this world to die. Okay, the reason why to this world is not an infinitive is because it's not the word to plus a verb. Okay? Even though there is the word to, there's no verb after it. All right, for homework, finish the exercise. Okay, finish the exercise D. And then one more thing for homework, guys. That's why I said do not pack up yet. I'm still talking, okay? You need to do 6 through 10 twice for vocab. 6 through 10 twice for vocab, your definitions, okay? Finish exercise D, 6 through 10 for vocab. All right, now you are dismissed.
All right, welcome to pre-algebra. It looks like my audio is working, so hopefully we're going to go with it. I'll try to keep an eye on chat a little bit better this time. All right, real quick, again, if you're on the sports team, make sure you watch tomorrow's lecture. Make sure that you guys pay attention to that because I do have to teach new content tomorrow. In the meantime, we're on page 158 of our textbook. We're talking about graphing inequalities. We've talked a lot about equations. Now we need to talk about inequalities. What happens if they're not equal? Okay, and that's really what we're going to be focused on. Also, real quick, before we get into today's lesson, test 4 is at the end of next week, so make sure you guys are prepared for that, studying for that. We'll do another review. Real quick, just mentioning it, I am going to skip review B, and we're going to go straight to review C, because they have section review. Why? Okay, so I'm just going to hit both sections, and then we'll do one review and then take the test. Okay, so that's just part of what we're going to do here. But we're going to talk about graphing inequalities. Graphing inequalities, let me go ahead and get rid of this, maybe, possibly. There we go. First of all, what is an inequality? Well, inequality is exactly what it sounds like. It means it's unequal. Okay? So it can be greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, or not equal to at all. Notice it's just an equal sign with a line through it. Okay, that's all not equal to is. Real quick, because this is something that I struggled with for a long time, okay? Here's how to tell the difference between greater than and less than, okay? I'm going to do this in, like, red so you guys know this isn't part of the symbol. Notice that less than points left. There you go. That's how you tell the difference. Less than points left, greater than is the other one. Cool. All right. Seriously, that's how I remember it to this day, okay? No. I'm just... Like, I know it, but, like, if you imagine it as an arrow, less than points left. Cool. All right. Because it will matter, especially when we get to word problems. All right, but in the meantime, basically what we can do with the graph, though, is kind of come up with a region that it's going to graph. So I'm going to show example A, but we're going to talk through it, so don't panic, okay? Or not example A, this inequality, okay? So if I have the inequality x is greater than -1, okay, let's think about it. Is -1 greater than -1? No. So itself is not an option. Okay? When that happens, we use an open dot to indicate you start here, but you don't touch here. Okay? And so you'll notice on that graph, the top graph, because we're only at the top line right now, that top graph, you notice that -1 has a circle around it, but it's not filled in. We call that an open dot or an open circle. Okay? And we say that the graph is open, okay? In other words, I can get as close as I want to -1. I just can't touch it. I can get to -0.999999999, but as second I hit -1, I'm done. I can't touch it, okay? You might ask why we don't start at 0. Well, because -1/2 is true. Does that make sense? Because -3/4 is true. Because -7/8 is true. Because -9/10 is true. Because you get where I'm going with this. Okay, because I can use all the fractions up until that point. So because I'm allowed to use the fractions, I don't just start at the next number. Okay? So that's what we're doing here. On the other hand, if x is less than or equal to 3, well, is 3 less than or equal to 3? Yes. Okay, 3 equals 3. That's not a problem. So then we fill in the dot saying, okay, we're going to start here and it's allowed. Okay? I'll often say is equals an option. That's what I'm asking. Okay? Am I allowed to use the same number? All right? Yes. No. I just check it. Like I say, can I, like I'm just, this isn't me saying x is 3. This is me saying, is 3 allowed or not allowed? So that's me plugging in 3 for x. I'm not doing anything else with that. Now you'll notice then, okay? Now this only works if x is on the left, but this is the shortcut to graphing, okay? If x is greater than -1, that means it's going to be bigger than -1, okay? Which means we're going to go to the right. Notice that greater than also points to the right. So as long as x is on the left, and that's the key, as long as x is on the left, this sign will point the direction to shade. So we actually shade in that part of the number line. Okay, you'll notice that the whole thing turned red. Every one of these numbers is a solution, all the way out to infinity. I can plug in 1,576,843.246. I have no significance to that number. I was literally spewing random digits. It will work. Okay? But I'm not allowed -1 or before. Okay, you guys see what we're doing here? You guys following a little bit? I see a lot of glazed over eyes. Yes. Okay, Notice there is no equal sign here. So then you can't have it equal. That's it. If there's an equals part, then you fill in the dot. If there's no equals part, you don't fill in the dot. That's the short version. We'll get to that. Right now we need to learn the technique. We'll talk about real life application soon. AKA word problems. All right, real quick, here are your symbols and here's how to graph them. Let's take it one step at a time, no one panic, okay? So the first one is equals to, we would graph that as a single point on the line, right? Okay, so this is equal to 4. If I have less than, that's less than 4. That means I can start at 4, I can get to 3.999999999 and keep adding 9s. And that's fine, so I need to indicate to here, but I leave it open because equals then is not an option. If I have less than or equal to, okay, notice we're all using 4, by the way. Okay, we're using 4 just so you can see the difference in what we're doing and it's not based on number. Okay, so if it's less than or equal to 4, notice then I fill in the dot and graph to the left. Okay, if it's greater than 4, we leave a circle and we shade to the right. Greater than or equal to, we fill it in. If it's not equal to, here's like the one last weird case, okay? You just put a hole there and shade everything else. Because it can be anything but 4. That's not a problem. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. All right, any questions on this before we move on? Okay, it's pretty straightforward. It's one of the things that as you get the hang of it, you'll go, oh, this is kind of easier than what we were doing in some other sections. Okay, that's normal. Okay, actually Algebra 1 was relieved to see this come up. So here we go. Let's talk about example 4.4a. I'm told to graph these inequalities. Okay, so we're going to graph x is less than -4. So let me go ahead and create my graph. Apparently my number line shall be red. Okay, so then I'm going to go from -5, -4, -3, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2, 3. You do not have to give me a whole number line. 0 doesn't even have to be included. You need to give me enough context though. Okay, so in other words, I should at least have about two numbers before and after. This one, there's a lot more after, but that's because -4 is on the left of 0. Does that make sense? Yes. I should be given a little more context than that. Okay, if you can get 0, but like if you have like x is less than 20, don't put the 0. Okay, like if they give you something way out there, you don't have to make the whole number line. Realistically though, again, I should have enough context to be able to fit in the number line. Does that make sense? Okay, and this will be the most boring part of this, is making the number lines. Cool. All right, so first of all, is equals an option? So do I fill in the circle or leave it open? Leave it open. All right, so I'm going to draw a circle at -4. Okay, and which way do I shade? To the left. So you're literally going to take your pencil and just make it darker. Okay, I'm using different colors because it comes up better on screen. Okay, you literally are going to take your pencil. Okay, and let me just real quick sketch this out. Okay, I would have -4. I may do this occasionally to save time. You can't do this. Okay, as far as the just one number thing. All right, but essentially all you're doing with your pencil is just this. Try not to go into the circle. Okay, does that make sense? I know. I am fully aware. Okay, but that's all you're doing with your pencil, is you're just making it darker. Obviously be a little neater, but yes. Yes, because keep in mind, less than -4, okay? -5 is less than -4, and that sounds dumb, but if I owe someone $5 versus owing someone $4, owing someone $5 is worse, right? It's more negative. So less than just means more negative. That's the shortened version. All right, B. Oh. Okay, cool. Rip. Okay, so I'm going to go from like -3, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2, 3. All right. And so I need greater than -1, okay? So greater than or equal to -1. So is equals an option? Yes, close or open dot? Close, so I'm going to fill it in. So I'm going to fill in at -1. All right, and then which way I'm going to shade? To the right. Okay, Again, I'm going to keep doing it this way because it's a lot easier on screen. All right, any questions there? Cool. What happens now if there's 2 signs? Okay, don't panic. Okay, let's just walk through it. I can have a compound inequality, and here's what I mean by that. Let's say on the highway, there's a speed limit sign. Now in California, you won't see this a lot. California has a generic minimum speed limit rule, where if you're obstructing the flow of traffic, you can be given a ticket. Okay, they don't have a posted minimum, but in some states, they actually will have a posted minimum below the speed limit. So you'll see something, and you'll see something where like it'll say speed limit 65, and then underneath it'll say the word minimum and then 45. To where if you're going under 45, you'll get a ticket for going too slow because it's just as dangerous as going too fast on a freeway, which is something I wish people would understand, but we're moving on, okay? That's why California's rule is vague, because they can't post a minimum because we have a lot of traffic jams. So you can't have a minimum of 45 and then be on the 10 near LAX. You know what I mean? Like, that would be a problem. So it's just don't obstruct the flow of traffic. That's our minimum. Anyway, so you may see that. Well, that means your speed needs to be between 45 and 65 to avoid a ticket, right? Okay, so here's how I represent that. Now, first of all, am I allowed to be going exactly 45? Yes. Am I allowed to be going exactly 65? Yes, so equals is an option, right? Okay, so my speed is going to be between 45 and 65. Well, 45 is obviously going to be less than my speed, or equal to, because equals allowed, less than or equal to. This is what we call a compound inequality. And that just means I'm stuck in between them. Does that make sense? Now to graph this, it would look something like, and again, I'm just doing quick here, okay? But essentially then, you would fill in your circles, and then you would just shade the middle, because the middle is all that's allowed. Does that make sense? Okay? That's the idea here. Let's go to example B. Yes? Whoops. You'd leave the hole open. You just leave it if it's just one of. No, you still shade the middle. Either side is told by less than or greater than. Whether the circle is open or closed is told by the equals part. It's a good question. Also, like here, we'll often see that speed limit 70, that would just be represented this way. X is less than or equal to 70. Does that make sense? And then you just graph it that way. Going 0 is an option in California. All right, anyway. Yeah, I've been in the freeway when it's just like parking lot. Yeah, 0 is an option. All right. Let's move on here. So let's talk about graphing these compound inequalities. All right, so first of all, let's go ahead and make our number line. Okay, I need to be between -5 and 2. So let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to start at -5 because I need enough room. Okay, and so with this, first of all, am I allowed to equal -5? No, so that's going to be an open circle. Am I allowed to equal 2? Yes, so I'm going to fill that one in. Okay, we can mix and match, no problem. Okay, and then X is between them, so we're going to shade between them. Yes, Chase. I'm sorry? Well, while -5 is less than 2 is true, we're talking about an unknown. Yeah. By the way, when you're writing these, I will mention that. It should be true as you read it from left to right. If I got rid of X, it should still be true. -5 is less than 2. We don't write it the other way. Does that make sense? If it's compound like this, we always write from least to greatest. Okay? Yes? Yes? You'd get marked off points. I don't know if the whole thing would be wrong. It would depend on how many points the whole thing's worth. But that's how you do it. Yes? Yes, if it's compound like this, it always gets filled in toward the middle, yes. There will be a case where we'll have or, in which case it'll go out, but I don't know if we cover that in here at all. Hold on just a second. I don't think we cover that in here, but there is a case where they get shaded away from each other. But you don't have to worry about that yet. We haven't talked about it. Okay, at the very least. Yes, Bella. Cool. All right. Part B. Whatever the variable is. You'll typically be given X in this case. Chase. They're both not equal, then you just leave them both open. All right, so first of all, is 0 an option? Yes. Is 4 an option? No, it's just a boundary. See, there's no equals part. There's no equal line down here. So then it's open. So by boundary, I just mean it's the end of my graph. I'm going to mark it as an open circle. Sorry, I hadn't used that word yet. Let's see here. Okay, so then I just shade in the middle. All right, pretty straightforward. Is this making sense? Again, that's the case where they go away from each other, but we're not talking about that yet. Not immediately. Like, it's not in this section. So I haven't looked far enough ahead to see if it's in this book at all. But it's definitely an algebra one. Okay, let's move on. All right, example C. We need to talk about how to read these things. So let me go through and real quick make this. Oh, goodness. That's going to happen a few times. -3, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2, 3. All right, I'm going to give you guys a graph. You're going to tell me what this would be. Okay, how would I represent this? Yes. Like that? Okay, you're not wrong. And I want that to be clear. You're not wrong. We want X on the left, though. So this is correct to word it like this. Okay? However, we prefer X on the left. X is greater than or equal to 0 is how we would word this. Reasons we'll discuss later. Because I told you to. X needs to be on the left. Okay, cool. Aaron, what's your question? What? No. No. You keep X on the left all the time. You change this to match what else is happening. Whoops. Okay, and then it is supposed to be a straight line, by the way. It's just really hard to do on here. All right, so how would I represent this one? Let's go, I don't know. Brianna, you got your hand up. Huh? Without looking in the book. Okay, Hudson. That's how you read that. Okay? If you can graph it, you should be able to read it. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay? 1 is less than or equal to X because it's the left boundary. Okay? And again, boundary just means the edge. Okay? It's equal to because the dot's filled in. And then X is less than 3 with no equal sign because the dot's open. All right? Do we see that? No. The answer is everything from 1.0000000 infinite zeros 1 all the way up through 2.999999999. All those numbers work. You don't. This is solved. Yeah, don't worry about that until tomorrow. today you're being handed solved ones and you're just graphing. Okay, all you're doing is making it a graph. All right, are there any questions here? Yes? Okay, so what's happening here is this is compound. We have x in the middle. Because we know that because there's two boundaries. Okay, so then the boundary on the left gets written on the left of x. The boundary on the right gets written on the right of x. Huh? What? Okay, so if there's only one boundary, we're going to put x on the left. That's where we want it. But if x is going to be between two numbers, we're going to have to put it between two numbers. Yes, it has to be less than and less than. If it's compound, you're going to use all less than because you want to go from left to right. Okay, let's get a little bit of practice. So here's what I want you guys to do in your seats. Just do practice. .4, you guys are going to do numbers 1 and number 7, please. I'm going to go and make my number line so I can go over it. I made that one slanted. Was there a question? Okay. Obviously, I'm only showing a segment. They give you guys a bunch of number lines. Okay, and let's go ahead and go over numbers 1 and 7. First of all, for x is less than 5, equals is not an option, so you should have put an open circle. And then you should have shaded to the left. Why for which part? Because the arrow is pointing this way in our sign? Yep. Okay. Do you guys see it now, though? That's the important bit. Okay. Now, on the next one, because it's compound, and I purposely chose one of each, I'm just going to go through it. All right, so -1 is at the left side. Equals is not an option. 3 is not an option either, but that is the other boundary. And I'm going to shade in between them. So it should look like that. Okay, does that make sense? We following it? Okay, now here's what I want you guys to do. I'm not going to write them on the screen because reasons. There's one here. There we go. All right, so here's what I want you guys to do. I want you guys to look at your book on page 161. Let's make sure we're not talking. How would I write number 11? Okay, so you're saying 3 is less than x. And again, correct, but we prefer x on the left if it's not going to be between two numbers. No. Okay, so let me show you guys. Guess I suppose I have to go back to here. Okay, so you said, real quick, 3 is, whoops. 3 is less than x is what you said, right? Okay, here's the secret of inequalities. You can switch sides, but you have to flip the inequality. Okay? So x is less than, greater than 3. You switch the whole thing. You make it a mirror image. Okay? So I get why you guys are saying 3 is less than x. That's correct. Now flip it. X is greater than 3. Does that make sense? Okay? So how would I write number 12? Brianna. You're close. No. Less than is correct. Less than or equal to. Okay? You need that equal sign because the dot's filled in. Number 13, how would I read that one, Joey? Yes, we would say that x is not equal to -4. Okay? Oops, there's a negative. Because both sides are shaded, so it can be anything but -4. Does that make sense? Do you actually follow it? Okay. Because it's both less than and greater than, but not equal to. Okay. Number 14, Bella. Good, so this is the correct answer. What you may have seen was this. Keep in mind, those are the exact same thing. We just flip it at the end to make sure that it's correct. All right, does that make sense? But that is the correct answer. I think we're getting the hang of it. Are there any other questions or anyone that someone wants to go over? Okay, cool. That's what the homework's for. All right, homework tonight is homework 4.4, and a surprise to no one. Homework 4.4, you're doing the homework section for homework. Stop at the level up, okay? We're not doing the level up, okay? So just numbers 1 through 17 there. Yes, the whole thing, okay? There's really not a lot there, and some of that's review. You do the whole thing, but there's that level up section next. Level up 4.4, you see the header? Yeah, you don't do that. Yes, you will have to graph. You're going to have to do that on separate paper. You're going to have to make your own number lines this time. Okay, dude, just do the bottom of page 162, top of page 163. Don't overthink it. Okay, homework 4.4. And we'll do that. Again, 4.5, we'll talk about how to get to x is greater than or equal to 1 or something like that. We'll start out with a bigger inequality and have to solve our way down. We'll talk about that more tomorrow. Keep in mind that those of you, again, on the sports team will need to go through and make sure that you make up the lecture, why is my keyboard keep falling asleep? No one knows. And then, again, Thursday, Friday of next week, you're going to have a test coming up. So make sure you guys are paying attention to that. Again, I will be skipping review B. If you want to get started on review C, that will be due Wednesday of next week. Just to kind of give you guys a heads up with that. Yes, due Wednesday of next week. Also, Wednesday of next week, you're going to have a quiz, but I'll announce that more as we get into it. All right. But again, you guys do need to, if you're on the sports team, you do need to go through and watch tomorrow's lecture. The good thing is you have a weekend. So I know there's not always extra time on the weekend, but you should have enough time to make up the lesson. All right? Any questions before I go? Distance learners, I'll see you guys later.
Hello, hello. There we go. All right, hopefully you guys are doing well. Make sure you throw your name in the chat so I know you're here. We miss you all. Okay, we're going to pray real quick, and then we are going to move along in the notes. As I told the students in class, distant learners, we also have our quiz tomorrow, and we will have a little bit of homework tonight as well. Tomorrow I won't be here in class, but we will have that quiz, and you will have a homework assignment, as most of the basketball guys, not all, but most, won't be here either. Okay, but let's pray, and then we will get started. Any prayer requests? Jaden, do not say what you've said every day. Okay, guys, take it seriously. Any prayer requests? Help Destiny's Unspoken. Help Cody's dentist appointment. He has that today. Any other prayer requests? Pray for a basketball team. We travel again tomorrow. We're leaving early. It's about an hour away. It's in Temecula. Also, obviously, we have a new president now, vice president, so pray for them. Okay, whether you like them or not, you can keep that to yourselves. Okay, but they are our president. Okay, you respect the position and you pray for them. Okay, that's what the Bible tells us to do. That's what Jesus Christ did to people. Did he go to the Pharisees and just scream at them all the time and curse them? No. Okay, he went to them and told them the truth. All right, so for our government officials, whether you agree with them or like them or not, okay, we're supposed to do our part. We're supposed to pray for them and continue telling the truth. All right, to do our part. We don't sit in our corners and bicker and complain every day. Because guess what? The thing is, whether we complain, that's not going to change anything. We got to live with it. Okay, the Bible tells us God gives all authority. Okay, he's in control. We'll be okay. All right, will it really affect us? As people say, it's not affecting me terribly. No, it's really not. It's not going to affect you that much. Okay, it's probably not going to affect most of your parents that much, maybe a little bit. Okay, we just got to keep on living our lives and live to the fullest. All right, so have your prayers out for those as you're getting older, and you will be in this world as adults here soon as well. Okay, so pray for it. Okay, any other special prayer requests or unspokens? All right, we'll pray, and then we will get started. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for this beautiful day. Thank you for everything you do for me and you do for these kids on a daily, Lord, and throughout the week. Thank you for all these kids, Lord, the spirit they bring, the fun they bring most of the time. Thank you for me being able to be here this year, Lord, as I've loved it so far. Please allow us to have a good day today here in school and also at practice afterwards. Please help all the students for the rest of this week to finish strong, and next week as the grading periods come into a close, help them with whatever grades maybe they're struggling to get help with, to work hard these next week and just now 2 days, for them to work really hard on tests, quizzes, whatever we may have. Please help any special prayer requests we might have through this class. Please help Cody's dentist appointment for that to go well. Whatever procedure he needs done, I think a filling it is. Give guidance to the dentist, Lord. Also, please help Destiny's Unspoken and any other students that might have an unspoken, Lord, as you know all of our thoughts and needs. And you can take care of us no matter what the problem is, whether we need peace, whether we need patience, strength, wisdom, for us to be able to trust and rely on you. Lord, we pray for our government. It doesn't matter whether we like them, whether the previous president or this president, Lord, it doesn't matter who's in authority, because the person that's in complete authority is you. Please allow us to have comfort in that, but also to pray for the officials, for them to be able to do their part and do it well, to make sure they don't get distracted by all the things that can distract us in this world, but to keep and stay focused on you, on the truth, for them to be able to lead justly and rightly. Please help all the distant learners, Lord, as it can be a little difficult to always pay attention, to be turning everything in, for them to keep on doing a good job as they have been. Please bless this class, Lord, and the rest of the day. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. All right, we did leave off, I believe, on this note on the Counter-Reformation. Okay, we had mentioned this. Okay, someone with a raise of hand, a quick review on what we talked about yesterday. Someone raise your hand and tell us. Chase, after you put a mask on, please. What did we talk about yesterday? We mentioned it. We didn't really talk about it, but yes, that is in the notes and book. We did. What was that, though? Yeah, so where are we right now? What country or area are we in? Aaron? Germany. Okay, good. We're talking about the peasants and the nobles, okay, religion. During this time in Germany, we did have that piece. Someone with a raise their hand, tell me one more thing. We had like one more main thing, Jaden. Okay, the peasants' revolt, good. Okay, remember Martin Luther, the peasants went to him, and they said, hey, Martin Luther, help us out, right? their original goal was what? The peasants. There's two things. Equality in man, and also freedom of religion, what we're talking about. Okay, those were the two things they want. Would you guys say those are good things to have? Okay, we all want to be equal, okay, certainly during this time. Okay, we also want freedom of religion. Yes, something we still want today and use today. Okay, that's why we like and love our country for the most part. We have freedom of religion. Okay, so we see they want this in their lives. Okay, but the thing was, they went to Martin Luther and he told the nobles what? He said two things. One thing to the noble, one thing to the peasants. What did Martin Luther say to the nobles? With a raise of hand, someone tell me. Okay, he said, hey, nobles, stop being stubborn, stop being prideful. Okay, let these people live their lives, let them be free. All right, he talked about that. And then what did he tell the peasants? Someone with a raise of hand. Ariana. To be patient, he said, hey, it's easy to remember, peasants, patience. Okay, be patient. Okay, this isn't going to be something that just, boom, it's fixed. All right, it takes time. Be patient. And as we see, we mentioned the Peasants' Revolt. Did that happen on either side? No. Both sides did not obey, okay, did not agree with what Martin Luther said. Okay, you had the nobles, still treated them poorly. Okay, they actually deceived them and said, hey, remember we talked about evil things? They said, hey, work for me, do this. And then the peasants ended up fighting each other. Okay, obviously the Peasants' Revolt. And then that brings us to where the nobles are like, hey, we can't let these peasants be equal because look what happens. All right, and that's where we are now. And it brings us to this Counter-Reformation as we had yesterday. So moving on. Okay, we learned about this Counter-Reformation a little bit, or the introduction of it. All right, I know we can hear talking. Just pay attention to the best of your abilities. Cody, can you close that door all the way for me, please? All right, so what are some objectives? What are some objectives of this Counter-Reformation? What are some objectives? Good to see Jezreel, Mia, Emily. Seems like we're missing a few. Okay, but here are the main objectives. Okay, first, it was to prevent any more Catholics from becoming Protestants. Okay, remember we had these group of people, and as I'm talking about in the 9th and 10th grade, okay, a little bit down the road we have Puritans, Separatists, Independents, but at this point we have Protestants. Those who are trying to learn the what? The Bible or the truth, right, for themselves. Read the Word, not just follow the Pope or the Catholic Church. Okay, so we see in this Counter-Reformation, counter meaning, hey, we want to like not let it happen, right? Okay, like say I'm going to attack Joey. Okay, Joey's going to counter-attack, okay, or counter me. Okay, so this Counter-Reformation is to go against the Reformation. The Reformation's pushing, now we have this Counter-Reformation. Does that make sense? Okay, you can remember that's why it's called this. Okay, so the first objective is to prevent any more Catholics from becoming Protestant or from knowing the truth, reading the Bible for themselves, growing in their spiritual walk with God. Okay, the second goal for this Counter-Reformation is to force as many Protestants or Bible-believing people, okay, people that are trying to learn the truth, okay, to force as many of them as possible back into the Roman fold. Okay, to convince them, hey, okay, I know you guys have been reading the Bible. I know maybe you've learned some things. Okay, but in reality, us Catholics, the Roman religion, man, we're the true way. Okay, we're the right way. Just come back to us. We'll treat you well. Okay, we'll treat you well. Maybe we'll give you some gifts. Okay, we're good to you. Just come back to us, right? So they're trying to convince these people and then also force these people, these Protestants, back into the Roman fold. Okay, and this is going to lead us to a man we need to know, a Spanish man. Everyone good on these notes? Okay, I gave you a little more time. Good to see Jose. Nice to join us. A little late, but nice to join us. We always like to have your presence through the stream. Yes, sir. Quickly. Okay, make sure some of us don't have our masks on. Make sure they are on. I know we don't like them. I've been struggling with it lately too. It's like making my throat very dry, but we have to wear them. Yes. I did have a giant voice crack this morning in Bible class. It was very loud. It was like, it was very, I couldn't help it. They actually didn't. You know, they accept me for who I am, unlike you guys. I'm just kidding. Juniors and seniors are ruthless sometimes. All right, here we go. Moving forward. Everyone good now? Okay. Hurry, hurry, hurry. You shouldn't be talking if you're not done. It is not cold. Aaron, chill. It shouldn't be at 66 though, Chase. I know you're the one that touches it. You never touch it? All right, we have Ignatius Loyola. Ignatius Loyola. Or Loyola, sorry. Okay, this is a Spanish soldier who attempted to earn his salvation by obedient service to the Roman Church and the Pope. Yes, sir. Huh? That's just the background. That's not actually on his head. Because in these days, okay, a lot of them are paintings or drawings. Okay, so people would have to hold a position. Okay, so it's just the background behind their head. And they wanted it to like look really nice because it's not a photograph because we didn't have that. Shh. Destiny, write your notes so you're not like, hey, Miss Squirrel, I don't have it yet. And put your mask on, please. Then you need to go get one. You probably do have one. You just don't want to wear it because you always have one. You just don't want to wear it. Chase, put it over your face. All right, so we see this man. Again, what did the Catholics believe? Hopefully by now you should know this. We had an essay about some of it. Okay, they believed salvation by what? Works. Okay, so this man, Ignatius, okay, he thought, okay, if I obey and I do these special deeds or works for the Catholic Church, hey, I can achieve my salvation. And that's what we see this man. We're going to talk about some things that he did and groups of people from it. Quickly. Huh? What do you think? What is he doing? He's trying to earn his salvation. Do we earn our salvation? No. You ask for it. The Bible says, for whosoever, anyone know the verse? For whosoever. Okay, that's a good one. That's not the one I was thinking, but that's a good one too. For whosoever calleth upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. The Bible tells, hey, all I have to do is say, hey, Jesus, I know I'm a sinner. Huh? It wasn't the essay. Okay, I know I'm a sinner. I know I've done wrong. But thankfully, you sent your son to die on the cross. Okay, he died for us. He rose again from the grave 3 days later. Okay, I want to accept him as my Savior. Save me from my sins. Yes, sir. I do not have all of them graded. There are a few left. Okay, I have maybe half of them, a little bit more. I had essays in the other class as well, so you have to be patient on that. All right, so moving on. We have this new society that is going to be made from all of this. This new society. Okay, it's called the Society of Jesus, or Jesus. Okay, it's also known as Jesuits. Okay, this is something we have even today. Jesuits. Okay, this is going to come from Ignatius. Okay, it's a religious organization that began, should say began, I'll fix it later. Began by Loyola, or Ignatius, in 1540. Its goal was to form a group of men absolutely dedicated to the Pope and the Roman Church. Okay, so are Jesuits good people? They could be, you don't know them. Okay, they could be good people, it's a trick question. Okay, but they follow a false religion. All right, they're lost. Okay, they're doing basically the same thing as the Catholics, just with a different name, different goal, a little bit different agenda. They said, hey, we're going to do these things for the Catholic Church, for the Pope. That will achieve our salvation. Again, faith by works. Okay, Jesuits today are a little bit different. They believe in a little bit different things. Okay, but this is where it all began. So what did Jesuits come under? Who were they started by? We have to know his name. Loyola. Okay, you only need to know his last name. That helps. Spanish soldier with that. Jasmine, relax the pen. I'm going to call you Joey. And I'm sure you don't want that. All right, here we go. If that church, okay, this goes along kind of with the last one. If that church shall have defined anything, that's not right. No, it is. It's a quote. It's a quote. It is right. Shh. This is what Ignatius said. This is what the Jesuits said. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Okay, this is what Ignatius Loyola said. I read it. I was like, that's not right. But this is a quote. Okay, this is what he said. He said, if church, okay, he quotes this, shall have defined anything to be black, which to our eyes appears to be white, we ought in like manner to pronounce it to be black. Okay, sounds a little confusing, right? Okay, so it's saying, listen. So it's saying, again, I'll say it again, shall have defined anything to be black. Okay, this isn't literally saying, hey, skin color. This isn't talking about skin color. Okay, objects, guys, objects, not people. Okay, if anything to be black, which to our eyes appears to be white, okay, we ought in like manner to pronounce it to be black. Saying, okay, whether it's white or black, we're just going to say it's something, and you have to believe it. Does that make sense a little bit more? Okay, so say the wall is white. It's not actually white. It's actually like dirt on top of like a grayish blue. All right, but say this wall is white. Okay, but I say, hey guys, that wall's black. Okay, this belief, what Ignatius is trying to say, hey, you guys all have to believe that wall is black. Okay, is that wall black? Is the truth, is it black? No, Jasmine, it's not black. The wall's not black. All right, but that's what he's trying to do. Okay, the truth is that wall is not black. But he's saying, hey, if it's black, in my eyes or in our belief's eyes, then it is black. Whether it's white, red, yellow, it's black, because that's what I said. All right? So again, we see this false belief, people being deceived. Okay, we're going to see a large group of people being deceived into following, again, a different direction, but following the Pope, following this religion, following this man, and this belief of the Jesuits. Okay, with this teaching and everything, we're going to see Jesuits became teachers and professors. Okay, so sadly, they're going to be in schools and colleges teaching people this, making people believe this. Everyone good? I will later, just remind me. Okay, Jesuits became teachers and professors in universities throughout Europe and eventually started their own schools, colleges, and universities. Okay, they still have their own schools and colleges and universities today. Again, their beliefs have even changed since way back compared to this time. They've expanded, they've grown to different beliefs. You could research it. We're not going to really talk about all of the stuff today. That's not what this class is. It's not informational class about these different religions. Maybe we should have an elective class on that one day. That might be kind of cool. All right, but we see this group of people, again, having been deceived by Loyola. Okay, he brought people with him. Hey, believe what I believe. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, and they did. And now some of them obviously would be lost because again they believe salvation by works, by achieving or obeying the Pope in the Catholic Church. Okay, because of this, the hallmark or the main. Are you done? You need me to go back? I got you. Make sure you guys are paying attention so you get the notes down. That's why you need to pay attention. It's beautiful outside today. We're going to have a good practice today. It's beautiful. Is it nice today, Cheyenne? Oh my goodness. You guys, it's too cold. It's too hot. It's 69 degrees or 70 degrees with a little breeze and a nice sun. Okay, it's perfect. Because he's an idiot. That's why. Yes. Yes. Don't say wow to me. All right. The hallmark of Jesuit philosophy. Okay, basically saying, hey, this is the poster boy of their philosophy. This is like what they would say if they had Instagram. They'd be saying this all the time. Hey, this is our main thing. This is in their bio. Okay, this is what Jesuits are saying. Okay, this is their philosophy. Quote, the end justifies the means. Has anyone heard that before? Okay, is this true? Maybe we're going to have an essay on it. That's why you're going to have an essay on it, to research, John. What, Brianna? It's true. It's true. You know, it's always good for us to do short essays. It's good for us. Everyone's like, no, not again, no. All right, so again, this is the hallmark. You do need to know this. I promise you it'll be on quizzes. It'll be on tests. We do have a quiz tomorrow. It'll probably be on there. Okay? The hallmark, or again, the poster boy, the bio of their Instagram, okay, the main thing of their belief, their religion, is this. Their philosophy, the end justifies the means. Okay? This is why this philosophy could be wrong. So let's say, okay, I'm going to mistreat Jasmine. Okay, but it's okay, guys. It's okay. Because in the end, it's all going to work out. So everything's okay. Okay, does that make any sense? No. I shouldn't mistreat someone. Okay, obviously I'm saying a silly illustration, but this could get really serious. Okay, let me say, all right, for our religion or for something to work, I must kill Chase. Shh. I have to kill Chase, but it's okay because it's going to work out for us. Stop laughing. Okay, shh. Okay, so that's why this idea can be a problem. There's so many different things we could talk about on this. Again, if we had a different class on it, I would. Okay, you guys just need to know, hey, this is their main philosophy, but this is why it's a problem. Okay, it could lead people to do things. Maybe they're stealing. Okay, hey, I'm going to steal. Hey, but it's for a good cause, you know, I was hungry. Okay, does that make sense? How this could be a problem? Because some people, it might be okay. They say, okay, this is okay. We're doing everything right. Okay, but you're going to have those people, you all know those people, okay, that really push the boundaries, okay, that are saying and doing terrible things, but saying in the end, oh, it's okay because it works out for me. Okay, this is why this could be a problem. There's so many different things we could talk about in this. Okay, but this is going to bring us to a new time, okay, and a new time, a new group of people called, or a thing called the Inquisition. The Inquisition, this is a renewed in the Counter-Reformation. Okay, so from the Counter-Reformation, okay, this is the renewed Counter-Reformation. You're about to find out. If you read the whole thing, if you read the whole thing, you would know what they're doing. Okay, the Inquisition, this was like an organization, a group, a thing they did. Okay, it is used, this Inquisition time, okay, this renewed version of the Counter-Reformation, it was a time used to torture and terror to obtain confessions or heresy from its Protestant victims. Okay, yes, it was in your homework. Okay, so this was basically this. All right, let's say this side of the room, okay, you are all Protestants. Okay, you are all somewhat Bible-believing, trying to find the truth. Okay, stretching from the Catholic Church. Okay, then we have the Catholics. Sorry, guys. Larger in numbers. Sorry. Shh, listen, no talking. We're almost done. You have the Catholics. Okay, you have the Catholics. You have the Jesuits. You have the people that are teaching false things. Okay, so we have this group, this organization, this time called the Inquisition. Okay, and say, hey, we want them to change, right? Catholics, we want them to come back to the fold of the Roman Church, be part of us again. All right, bribing them doesn't work anymore, so I have to go to, hey, Chase, man, I saw you cussing out Destiny earlier. Shh, wait. Shh, guys, quiet. I saw you, man. And he's going to say, no, I didn't, because he didn't. But what's going to happen is I was like, oh, bet. I'm going to take him out back, okay, and we're going to torture him. Okay, we're going to make him confess whether it's true or not. That's why this is a problem. Whether it's true or not, we're going to make these Protestants confess. Okay, and so they would do this because when you're in pain, if you guys don't know this, because none of you have actually been tortured. I have not actually been tortured. Okay, no, shh, quiet. You haven't actually been tortured. All right, but like in war, when you're tortured, okay, they're trying to get information. Okay, so this Inquisition wanted to get these Protestants to confess, whether it's true or not. Because if they confess, it becomes true to people, whether it's the actual truth or not. And then, yes, then they'd be imprisoned, or they'd be persecuted, or they'd be killed. Okay, that's what's the problem of this Inquisition. Okay, it was a false organization and thing that they did. Okay, it was used for confessions, to get Protestant victims to confess. It virtually destroyed Protestantism in Spain. Okay, destroyed. It's just Protestants, the belief of Protestants, Protestantism. Okay, so we see how it's destroyed because of this. People stopped it because of fear. Yes, sir. Sure. Okay. Moving on. Shh. You too. Stop talking so much. Cody, put your mask on. Stop talking. All right, so the Counter-Reformation did not change Roman doctrine. All right, again, their whole belief was to go back to the Roman Church, to go back to old Roman beliefs. Okay, the Roman Church remained convinced that it was the kingdom of God on earth and saw the Protestant Reformation as a threat to that kingdom. Okay, they're saying basically, again, the Catholic Church or the Roman Church, okay, one and the same thing. They're saying, hey, okay, we are sent by God. We are the only church sent by God. So you must believe in us. And if not, we're going to do something about it. Okay, so we have these people opposing them. They're not liking that. Because now they're saying, hey, you're opposing us. Okay, you're not defying just us. You're defying God because we're the church of God. That's what they're saying. And is that true? No. The Bible teaches nothing of that. Again, the man isn't in charge of the church. God is in charge of the church. Men are supposed to be used by God in the church to people, to build relationships, not for control, for politics, for kingdoms and nations. Yes, sir. Quickly. All right, just a few more notes, and we are done. Thank you guys for paying a little bit better attention, most of you. Okay, Protestants considered the Pope to be the Antichrist of the last days, okay? Obviously, this isn't true either, or else we wouldn't be here today. If it was actually the Antichrist, it'd be end times, the world would be over. But that hasn't happened yet. Okay, but he was an evil man. Okay, so these Protestants, these Bible-believing people, they're like, hey, this dude is evil. Okay, he is evil. He's teaching heresy. He's teaching false doctrine. Do not listen to him. He's evil. Okay, many believe that when the forces of Romanism, okay, which is basically the same thing as Catholicism, okay, had been defeated, then the kingdom of God would be set up on earth in a political form. Okay, obviously this isn't 100% accurate either. Okay, but the Bible does tell us, okay, in the end times, I'm not going to go into it, maybe when you guys are in Revelation, the Bible class. Okay, but when we see the end times, the Antichrist is there, okay, and Jesus is going to come back, okay, with his mighty force, come back and take over, destroy the Antichrist, and make his new kingdom here on earth. The Bible does tell us that. I'm not going to go into all details. Most of it would confuse you anyways. It still confuses me. All right? Because the Bible does tell us that. And a lot of other things are going to happen in between. Okay, but we see, okay, that he's not just coming back to make a new government, just like when he came back the first time, or came the first time, right? He didn't come as the Jews were hoping for. He didn't come to be king and rule over them and bring them out of captivity. Why did Jesus come? He came to seek and to save that which was lost. He died on the cross. And the second time is going to be coming back and the destroying of the Antichrist and the starting of his new kingdom here on earth. Okay, not to just, hey, I'm going to fix all your problems. Okay, that's not why he's coming back. And again, I'm not going to go into detail about all this stuff, maybe another time, because it is very confusing. Okay, but some places that we need to know. Okay, Habsburg. Habsburg. This is a family named after a castle in Switzerland. You're like, why do I need to know this? You're about to find out. Habsburg. A family named after a castle in Switzerland. Joey, you should be taking notes this whole time and your math should be on. So if you get a bad grade on your quiz, don't say, oh, I didn't know this. No, you aren't. You're a liar. What? I will after this. We have one more note, I think. All right, this is why you need to know this. Shh. Habsburg is a family named after a castle in Switzerland. Why? Okay, we need to know this man. Okay, Werner the First. Aaron. It's not funny. It's not funny. It's immature. All right, learn how to control yourself. Or else I'll just send you to the office. Because I know you can't control yourself. Okay, not everything on your notes is in the book, Chase. Okay, Werner the First. I will later. You went to the bathroom. I can't accommodate just you. Okay, Count of Habsburg was the first member of his family to use the name. Which is going to bring us to our last notes. Everyone good with these two? Real quickly, we have 7 minutes left of class, so yes. No, we don't have time. Question? Yes, ma'am. In a second, we're almost done. Okay, Austria. Okay, the Habsburg inheritance. Okay, we've learned of the country Austria. Okay, this Habsburg family that was named after the castle in Switzerland. Okay, this Werner the First was the person that led these Habsburg people. Okay, Austria is the Habsburg inheritance. Yes, this is a picture in Austria. Very beautiful, yes. No, it's a mountain with clouds. Okay, it eventually became known as its own country. It borders Switzerland in present day. Okay, we're going to talk about more things with this place of Austria, the importance of it. Okay, what happens here tomorrow. Well, actually not tomorrow because I won't be here. On Monday, we'll talk about it. Okay, tomorrow we do have a quiz. And we do have some homework as well. So pull out a sheet of paper. I will go back later. Yes, sir. Yes, you can. You're going to miss review for the quiz. That quiz is still tomorrow. All right, there's the notes for those who need it. Okay, for the quiz, pull out a sheet of paper. Ooh, where's my bag? Hey, Chase, could you run to the 9th and 10th grade room, knock on the door? I think I left my, my bag. I think I left it in the front of the room. Yes. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is going to be over section 14.1 and 14.2 mainly. Joey, what are you doing? Put your mask on, control yourself. Yes, sir. Quickly, we're about to review for the quiz. I'm sure you don't want to miss it. Is Chase coming? Come on, Chase. Come on, puppy. Come on, boy. Come on. I'm just kidding. That is a little weird. I'm sorry. All right, here we go. We do have 5 minutes. We're going to review real quick. Sorry, I forgot that in there. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Maybe I'll start using my backpack so you guys don't make fun of me. But this just looks so professional. All right, here we go. Everyone quiet, or else I won't review. All right. Your quiz. Okay, it's only going to be about 5 questions, so you do want to get them right. Okay, you will want to know what the 12 articles are. Okay, what are the 12 articles? Someone can raise your hand and tell me. What are the 12 articles? Brianna. Okay, the word we used is grievances. That will be what's on the quiz. Okay, but yes, okay, so people used and wrote down their problems, wrote them to Martin Luther. Grievances. I'm not repeating it. I can help you later after. All right. You will also need to know what the Peasants' Revolt is. Okay, I'm not telling you what it is. You do have to do your own studying, but I am trying to help you as best as I can. The Peasants' Revolt. Okay, there will be a short essay on this as well. What? Oh my, it's so hard. Essays are so hard. Okay, yes, I will talk. It's not going to be on Quizlet. Because I make up my own quizzes sometimes, dude. This is not on Quizlet. I promise you, this one's not. I'm literally writing myself, so it's not going to be on there. It won't. Shh, it's the next quiz. I don't remember. It's not on Quizlet, I promise. It's not from the Becca book. No, this is my made up quiz. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm going to tell you. All right, moving on. Okay, we learned about, Protestants promoted the establishment of these things. Okay, these things are this, so write this down. What is the idea that all inhabitants of a particular territory, okay, you're not to be able to write it word for word, guys. You have to be able to summarize. All right? Yes, I will repeat it. Okay, Protestants promoted this establishment. It is the idea that all inhabitants of a particular territory should be required by law to become members of a certain kind of church at birth. Remember, we talked about this. Okay, what is the idea? Remember how we talked about, hey, this is one town, this is one town, this is one town. You have to go to your church, you have to go to your church, you have to go to your church. You can't go anywhere else. Okay, do not raise your hand, do not say the answer. Okay, you need to find it. It's in your notes, it's in the book. No, do not tell anyone, Chase. You guys can do your own studying. You need to learn how. Okay, I've helped you up to this point. Same thing with my juniors and seniors. It's whatever. You don't need it. All right? You need to be able to study your own or by yourself. All right? No. I'm trying to get this. All right, so know what that is, that idea. Okay, we also mentioned in 1555, okay, an agreement known as what gave the official approval to the territorial state-established church concept in Germany. Okay, in 1555, an agreement known as the what? We mentioned it at the beginning of class. I believe Chase said it. Don't say it out loud. You do have to study. Okay, gave an official approval to the territorial state-established church concept in Germany. I'm saying the homework right now, Jose. We're studying for a quiz, and then I will say the homework. So just listen. You don't need to spam. What's the homework? Guys, you can't write down every word. It's not going to work. Because I'm not repeating it 1,000 times. You have to summarize. This is the last time I'm saying it. In 1555, an agreement known as the blank gave official approval to the territorial state-established church concept in Germany. Again, it's over 14.1, 14.2. You do have to study all your notes, study the book. Okay, I'm trying to give you some help. Joey, I'm not saying again. Do not ask again. Okay, you have to study your own notes. You have to study everything. Not everything's going to be on there, but you do have to study everything. I'm trying to give you some help. All right, there's going to be more questions that I don't cover, so study your notes. Okay, we talked about today the Protestant Reformation shook the Roman Church, that the Pope soon responded with the what? Okay, we have the Reformation, something's supposed to go against it. I explained it earlier. Okay, what was made to go against the Reformation? Yes, sir. There you go. Hudson helped you all out. Well, should have been listening. I said he could on that one. There you go. Okay, again, listen. Okay, I'm giving you hints to the questions. I'm not giving you all the answers. You have to study your notes. We've only done 20-something of them. It's not that hard to study. You go over the notes you have. If you didn't take notes, well, that's your fault. You have the book. Then you have to do extra reading. All right, there are going to be a few more. Yes, I can repeat that one question. There are going to be a few more questions. Again, okay, I'm not going to, every time we have a quiz or test, say every question on there. It's not always going to be on Quizlet. Okay, Quizlet is a good source to study. Okay, but it is not helping you if you are just memorizing answers and not actually learning the questions. It doesn't. Okay, is history a super important subject? The answer is, and I teach it, is no. Okay, can you learn some applicable things from history? Yes, you can. Okay, but it's not super important to know every fact, to know Charles I and all the Louis of France and all these different things. Okay, but you can apply something from the lesson. All right, so when you're studying, okay, can you use Quizlet? Yes, I can't make you not use Quizlet. Okay, but if you use Quizlet, just like my other class, I'm telling them, just like distant learners, all right, use it, but actually still read the questions. Okay, it's a good source to use. I used it in college. But don't just study the answers. Because I've had students where they put all the answers, but they didn't read the questions, so they got 5 of them wrong because they just memorized the order and put the answers. All right, you can't do that. That's not helping you as a student. When we have a final, that's not helping you. All right, so study the questions, okay? Study the answers after you read the questions. All right, there will be a few more. There will be a total of 10 questions. It will all be over what is in the notes that we've done up to this point. So review over the notes. They're not going to be hard. I gave you the harder questions. The other ones will be real easy. Okay? Be ready for that quiz tomorrow. Okay, for homework, I'm going to be kind to you. There is no more homework. Study for the quiz. So there you go, Jezreel. There you go, Jose. Thank you for spamming. What's the homework? Okay, you could have just been patient. There is no other homework. Yes, ma'am? Yes. The last question that I mentioned, okay, this isn't the last question on the quiz. Okay, the Protestant Reformation shook the Roman Church, that the Pope soon responded with the what? Okay, remember how I said we have the Reformation. Okay, the Catholics and the Pope didn't like the Reformation, so they did what to it? Okay, what's the opposite? To go against. Okay, hopefully you guys are doing well. Okay, again, Quizlet is not bad. Okay, using Quizlet can be good, but do not just study answers. All right, study the actual questions. I'm challenging you. I can't make you. Okay, but study the actual questions. But it is a good source. I'm not saying it's a bad source, Jose and Jezreel. Okay, remember, both of you, Jose and Jezreel, you guys need to not send things in chat that don't need to be said. Okay, say it once. I'll see it, not right away, but after time, and then I'll answer. All right, be patient. If you ever have a question, just message me. Don't spam it in the chat. We don't need to see it. Okay, hopefully you guys are all doing well. We will see you, or actually I won't, but we'll have that quiz tomorrow. Be ready for it. I'll send it to you probably tonight, and see you guys later. Okay, you guys are dismissed. Sorry for holding you a little bit later.